I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. know if I'm ready. The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just a fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Dynamizer.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
We can set the world on fire, fire.
Right next to me, come on.
Get this feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that I'm obsessed. Your body's left my mind on red. Forgive me, but I must confess. This feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that your body's left this silhouette. Living in my mind, ain't no end.
Good day to you, and welcome back to our coverage here at Project Horizon for our second stage of VCT CN. My name is Volt. I'll be your host today. Hopefully, I'll get some company really soon, but for now, I'm gonna be the man running the show. We're kicking things off a little bit earlier than usual because, as you know, there's like some time conflicts that we will get to later down the line. But for now, we are almost ready for our very first match of the day. We're gonna be kicking off VCT CN in our second stage in an intriguing game. Wolves taking on TEC. Of course, the two teams have had a couple of changes themselves. Maybe you can take a brief look at some of the transfers, talk about what actually happened. Definitely there are some changes that I think are going to be more fun than some of the others. It's a big change up because, as you all know, like, China is actually going to be the one region that is going to be somewhat keeping the franchising system. I really like what they're doing with the region as a whole, but what I am actually most intrigued for is the changes that we do see here. Of course, some of the transfers are intriguing for some of the teams that aren't actually in the game here today, but the most obvious ones are players like Coconut, Xiaolele moving to FPX. Now FPX suddenly they've got some real firepower. They look like a really decent team, right? It took them a year, took Lidea quite a while, but I think that they finally got enough pieces to consider this team a bit more of a contender. Last year was really out of luck for them. Didn't really have the best of shots. It was them and Nova who now are bringing CB home in hopes that maybe things can improve a little bit more. But for the teams at hand, Wolves, of course, have had a massive set of changes. One of the changes is going to be Nothing, a new rookie that is added to the team. And the other one is actually going to be Darion. You probably know him before. He was of the inaugural Bleed lineup that made it to the VCT. Was with Global all the way until kickoff. Then he moved down to the SEA VCL with Motive Esports, I believe that was the team. And now he's back to the VCT stage. And, well, Wolves as a whole have had a pretty big change, right? Like, Spring is still there. They got Yosemite, Glacier, Darion now as an addition, and of course Alaba is brought in to be their like IEGL and captain of some sort. So it's going to be really intriguing what actually Wolves are going to be able to do, because I think that they're on the complete opposite side of the spectrum towards TEC. TEC is a team that definitely do have some of the pieces that can make things intriguing. But yeah, there's the team that we're talking about, right? Like, definitely good pieces in themselves. And that's the part that is going to have me intrigued, right? Not just the player additions, but Alex R, that was initially brought this year to lead Nova, have made the move, of course, with Fade moving to XLG. Now Alex R is taking over the helm at Wolves. I think not a bad time to be making a change and setting yourself up for 2027 if you are Wolves, right? You know that you're well beyond the realm of competing for champions, of making any decent damage. So I think this is a good time for them to make a switch up like that. But for TEC, this is the time, and I really like this is the time for them to pull on, I guess, the gas, right? Like Dynamite is there, Spitfires that they got before from AG, a couple of good pieces. I'm not really individually the biggest fan of Muggle, but hey, like they got After now, and things are gonna be a bit more interesting, at least for my own money. And I want to see like what they're actually gonna be able to do in the long term. One of the teams that really have built a decent team for themselves, and I like some of the additions, right? I'm a big fan of Spitfires, a big fan of Dynamite. I think that they've set up a pretty intriguing roster in the way that they've finally found themselves, I would say, a decent lineup, right? Like whether it was How Long before, now some of the changes. I don't think that any of their departures, and both T-Virus retiring and Abo, are going to be any losses to them in the short term. And actually, the short term is going to be the place where I'm going to be most intrigued about, right? For Alaba, I think that this is what 734 days is the graphic was what it's saying since his last appearance at VCTCN. And for the other set of stats, unfortunately for Wolves, they're now 160 days without a win in the VCT. Stage 1 was a complete disaster, to be honest. Didn't really look too solid when it comes to that, but you can pretty much say the same for TEC, right? Like, didn't play that bad in general, had a decent run to get top 8, but, you know, of course, Tai Lu making a bit of a good presence themselves there that we can talk about a little bit later when it's going to be Tai Lu's time to shine. But for now, we got everything that we pretty much should have under control. Again, the setup is there. Different trajectories for the two sides. I'm not anticipating Wolves to be the hottest team starting the season, but I'm really expecting them to actually improve as time goes on. I have a big faith in Alexar. I think that we've seen it took some time for this Nova lineup to actually improve. It did it really well in Evolution, looked a fair bit better in Stage 1 in comparison to Kickoff. And I think that even with the departure, the addition of CB is still going to bring some stability with the veterancy that is coming in the lineup itself instead from the coach. But we'll have to wait and see how things actually do change when you're talking about the terms of the team. On the other side, you know, when you're talking about TEC, veterancy is definitely there as well. When you're talking about players like Haldong and his experience, I really like After, but the question for me has always become Muggle, right? At one point in time, Muggle was the best coach in China, but over the course of the last while, it really has been downhill, right? From his time with EDG, then Biddy, now even you'd say down another peg, depending on how you want to look at it. Things can definitely be an intriguing look of where his trajectory is going to end up being, because I do think that some of the teams really would have actually did well to get a coach, right? And we've seen that from some of the other teams, right? When you think about Viva transitioning into a coaching position. So the teams are definitely trying to set everything up in the right moment. But, well, the right moment is here to say that I'm finally not going to be alone anymore. Here comes the main man back into the screen. How are you doing, Volante?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the short little delay there. Forgotten that, of course, things have changed this side of the stage. But Paul, you've been holding down the fort on your own wonderfully as always. But that seemed a little bit unfair. So here now, I'm very, very excited to get into it. But you seem to have basically given all the introductions necessary here. So now I'm just along for the ride.
Hey, I mean, there's definitely a couple of things that we can talk about, right? I want to hear your 2 cents. On this WOL's rebuild, right? Because, of course, the highs were there. Everybody's been raving about Toronto, but that feels like a distant past. And truth be told, with these set of changes, with basically the core evaporating, only Spring remaining from that Toronto team, that it's a rebuild, right? The question is, which direction is this rebuild taking Wolves as an organization?
This is the thing where we will have to just wait and see, which is not as much as of a satisfying response, I guess, as maybe some people would hope. But as you said, I mean, Spring and Yosemite really being the kind of the core now of Wolves. The rest of it coming through, for anyone that doesn't know, it is Aluba, Darian, and Glacier is still hanging around as well. I don't really have any statements so early on for how Wolves want to rebuild. It does seem like it is what got them to Toronto in the first place, which was that kind of core that they stuck with for a while. There was gaps that, you know, needed to be developed and need to get worked on, but Wolves did actually then have the effort and have that kind of energy to make that work. Whether we can see that another shot again, or if it's going to just be a kind of one and done, it remains to be seen. And especially they are now going against Titan Esports Club, who haven't had any change up really, despite the middling performance back in stage 2. So you've got a team that are trying to ascend to new heights and do maybe tricks that they had done once before, and you've got Titan Esports Club, who very much on the strength of, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We'll just have to see if it's truly not broke.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I would definitely say, while the changes aren't into the team themselves, I think that the structure of this TEC team is going to be different. I mean, how many teams do we know have like 3 coaches, right? I believe that they got After, Water, and Muggle all at the same time. Muggle, just, I would say definitely what, like you would say a positional coach, a performance coach. I'm not really sure what his role is, but what I know is that After is the head coach, and then Water is the assistant coach. So those two are really taking the helm. And I feel like that's a good place for Muggle, right? Because just him leading a team hasn't been that effective, but he really knows how to deal with individuals, which is something that the team is going to benefit massively from. And we're started by seeing that here today. Sunset is back in the fold, and immediately TEC are taking that one. And I'm really intrigued to see what the new meta is going to be. Of course, we're not on the newest patch as of yet, so maybe not all the newer changes that we've seen are on. But in terms of a veto, well, I'm not really the biggest fan of seeing Ascent and Haven in the same veto as much as I was in the past. Kind of got pretty tired of them. It will always be missed. Fracture, my beloved, out of the pool for now. But it's a fairly balanced one, and definitely allows the two teams that maybe didn't have the best amount of prep time, even a bit more on Wolf's side, to just stretch their individual muscles a bit more than their tactics.
Yeah, definitely. We are going to say you've already kind of hit the nail on the head, I would say, Volt, where we are back towards the individual style rather than any sort of team sort of cohesion or coherency. Obviously, it is going to be a massive boost, but at the moment, you're kind of saying it yourself, and I think a lot of people are looking towards both of these teams at the moment, where the individual performance, especially for Wolves again, is right back on track. A lot of people are looking back and just kind of saying, if Spring can do the job here, if Yosemite is going to be able to do the job here, or Glacier, and, you know, as you said, with Muxel kind of getting the more probably enthusiastic way of saying it in terms of the coaching style, and making sure that a lot of the team kind of are held accountable, and that even the small mistakes are very much identified and then attempted to be worked through, which can be a very, very good boon, but for specific rosters, but for specific changes, we might see that actually not work out as much. And well, as we kind of highlighted earlier, and now with the map pool done and set up, good to go, it's only a matter of time before we find out how these maps are going to benefit these players. And they are arguably all, I would say, maybe aside from Lotus, maps where individual performances can easily take you all the way.
Yeah, and of course in a veto like that, right? Like, we haven't seen Ascent in a while. But it's good that we're seeing it when we're off the Euro meta period, right? It gives a lot more options. I feel like we've just kind of stabilized Phoenix as the premier duelist right now. And that really is going to be interesting, right? How teams do approach the game. Maybe some teams are just going to default back to the 2021, 2022 variants of the meta and just run the Jet. I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of that, but, well, at least for now, I'm a pretty big fan of what we're actually having in store for this game. Because you were talking about the Wolves team a fair bit. I just really want to shed some light on the lineup here at TEC, right? I'm a big fan of Spitfires. I think that he's got what it takes to evolve. And I think that this is probably the roster for them to do that on, right? Is to get the players, improve their performance. A middling performance for sure, yes, but it's still a top 8, still made it to the playoffs after all. and he didn't look that good when you actually consider both kickoff and first evolution. So it's really good to see TEC on an upward trajectory, and I feel like that is probably the most important part for me, is that they got that upward trajectory, and now they don't look that bad, right? They look pretty okay. They were able to take down Wolves, I believe, in round 1 of the middle bracket in kickoffs, but just didn't end up doing too well there. Lost to Tai Lu and lost to JDG after, and of course, both teams themselves have got a fair bit of changes, and that's the benefit of stability, is that we really know what we're getting, right? It's a known quantity, but that is a solid ground that they need to improve.
There is certainly a foundation that that has been built upon from both of these teams, and that allows some level of expectation to be had, right? Some form of kind of highlight that you would expect, some level of there's not going to be as big of a surprise as maybe there typically could be for teams and for rosters like that. There's still plenty of chances for surprises to come through, and I mean, kind of build off of what you were saying about the Ascent meta. What I will say personally is I do think KO has been just knocked away off of it. I think we've started to see kind of too much success with like Fiat and even Sky getting the regenerating flashbacks very, very good, to the point now that I could see KO being knocked off of and replaced with a different issue, which is such a big thing, right? I mean,
yeah.
Despite the fact that Ascent and nerfs and patch notes and changes that came through, Ascent would basically have the same composition for close to 3 years, and this is probably the biggest shift up it's had, excluding the kind of wackier 3 Sentinel comp setups that we did see from a lot of teams both in this region and in the EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully not. At least that is what I'm not hoping for. But you know what? The opening hype video has been kind of ridiculous, and I'm always like amazed by that part, right? But let's see what the teams have in store for us. I think that the walkouts are just ready, right? And we're getting some of that heat. TEC are now stepping up to the platter again. My expectations are really high for them. I think that they're probably one of my teams to actually make a deep run, right? I'm picking them as a dark horse, and we're gonna see if that is actually gonna be the case or not.
Indeed, and as the players and such are coming through, I mean, you were kind of highlighting the performance the Titan Esports Club kind of did have, and I mean, whenever we did see them for the Evolution for Act 2, I mean, doing okay against All Gamers and Trace. All Gamers is much not used to be, you know, back in the Wolves days, whenever Toronto was back in the day, you know, All Gamers not really commanding the respect that a lot of players or a lot of people were hoping that they would, especially All Gamers themselves. Not the case anymore. You know, a year ago, being able to beat All Gamers wouldn't have commanded you very much respect, but showing up 2-1 against All Gamers and 2-0 against Trace, you know, that is a pretty solid start. The big thing is that Nova Esports were managed to take down Titan, and right now Nova have been a roster and a player and a team that no one is really looking at to make sort of big waves, and Nova, especially for the previous stage, did struggle pretty heavily under the weight of all the expectations coming through. So Nova coming alive for the Evolution series is something that I think a lot of these teams are going to be looking on to going into this main stage, as potentially Nova have started to find their footing here, and if they have, could be a scary proposition for the likes of Titan Esports, All Gamers, and even Wolves now at their kind of lower performance bracket, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, the one thing that we haven't talked about that much has been some of the teams that were not here on day one and will not be here on day one, which were the Chinese representatives on EWC. Not really the best of looks for most of the teams. XLG had an okay look at times, but you know, their lotus have been solved, and a lot of the other teams maybe are starting to catch up to them, and maybe that's the one thing that I'm looking at, right? I want to see the level and the bar for those two teams, because at the very least, I think that TEC is mid-table, and Wolves will want to be a mid-table team. So the standard that they deliver here is going to be the standard we expect out of the competition in CN. And, well, that bar is going to be the one to either push or stifle teams like EDG, XLG, AG, maybe even Tyloo making the run. We'll have to wait and see how things go on. But for now, the teams are now setting themselves in for the huddle, and we're just going to be waiting on the sunset. Any expectations for what we'll be having in the Asian selection? Now's the time for it, right? Like, where are we going? Is it going to be like the deadlock stuff that we've seen from XLG, or do we expect like more normalcy with the Cypher? I guess is going to be the main sentinel here.
Well, here's the thing. See, I have the expectations of Cypher, but what Cypher was good at beforehand when Neon was commanding this this kind of map, especially when Yoru was commanding it, and I mean, this was back when ISO was actually commanding this map as well for that very kind of short-lived period of time where he just put on the bulletproof jacket and everyone would run away because there was no reason to take that fight. I'm expecting to see the Cypher setups to come through. Double Sentinel here is a possibility, even with Vise, even with the nerfs on Vise for like the Arcros, still incredibly solid setup plays, still incredibly solid execute plays that can come off the back of that utility. Double Sentinel wouldn't surprise me as much anymore, even with the fact that you no longer have Neon, that you're kind of taking the knees out from under with the awkward kind of Cypher setups. There's still plenty of utility to be gained, so I'm not expecting the Neon. You already kind of highlighted it earlier, Volt, that Phoenix is basically ubiquitous at this stage. A lot of people just want to play him because he's just pretty premier flasher, and 6 charges for run it back is an insanely low number, which will probably be getting changed later down the line. So a lot of different question marks here. I mean, I'm even kind of opting for the Sky personally. It would be fantastic to see it again. I think there is definitely a lot of option select for a map like Sunset. It's purely down to playstyle. And if there's one thing we know, at least with Wolves, they do try and play it as fundamental to the letter as they can.
Yeah, and it makes sense, right? Like, you're basically bringing in a new team together, but the Sage, it's actually something that I did not expect. I'm a big fan of some of those Viper comps, and they're bringing in the Neon here on both sides. I'm not really too sure about that one, but I understand where it's coming from on both of the teams, right? Like, TEC are basically running Spitfires as like a secondary duelist, a la what Warga would do with XLG when they were playing that Sage. The question for me is, well, how different is it going to be from Wolves? Because this Wolves composition with the Viper will need to be a lot more measured in comparison to TEC, who can use the Omen and that Sage as like some elements of chaos. But the composition that Wolves have picked, it will need to be so structured to actually function in comparison.
And this is the kind of concern, right? I mean, yes, they have picked the more structured composition. It is the more kind of standard composition. We've got the Viper Wall up, the single Sentinel. But Wolves sometimes do struggle with the fundamentals. Sometimes they're absolutely stunning. Sometimes it's enough to take them all the way to Toronto. But in recent memory, Wolves have struggled a little bit with the fundamentals. The crossfires just aren't as clean. The double swings, the triple swings aren't quite as well-oiled as you would like or you would expect from a team at this stage, and it has led them to have pretty decisive losses in mid-rounds. You know, in 3v5s, they're already kind of struggling to get those rounds entirely completed, even off the back of kills. And we can already see the step up from mid, that high, lowest, and lower, to try and steal out a kill towards this mid angle here. The Viper Wall not cutting it off at all and getting into the pistol right here. Titan Esports starting on attack with double Sentinel. We'll see how many rounds they can convert.
I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of that setup, of that wall from the Viper, more than anything. But Wolves definitely being ambitious. Yosemite setting up here with the wall. That mid play could be a death trap. 4 players on the other side, and already 3 from Glacier to start things off. Explosive from Wolves, and it is going to shut down any attempts. TEC stunned on the opener.
Pistol round just like that. Been and most likely gone. there is a possibility here. This is exactly what I was highlighting with Wolves, but in a 4 versus 1, it's certainly going to be unlikely. And it is going to be the first round. Just a very confident swing off the utility on towards mid. And knowing that the smoking came through so fast, right? I mean, that is a little bit of information for Wolves, even despite the fact that the smoke, you know, is designed to cut off the information there. Knowing that the smoke pops so early without a single person making any sort of visibility or making their presence known, you do have to imagine it is because of a fast mid-execute. Wolves read that, they understand that, and they execute right back for a close to flawless first pistol.
Yeah, and well, on this second round as well, they have a pretty decent read, right? They got the 2 players in market. The Viper got a lot of close support, and well, the slow orb from the Sage is usually not really the best sentinel utility in the world. Against the Neon, I would definitely say it gets exponentially more valuable, just shutting down any aggression from that side. But for TEC, not really being so telegraphed with their initial approach, but with the market door closed, of them only having classics, it feels like trying to take over middle is probably their only solution. Spectre from one side, support from Aluba on the other. Shouldn't be that complicated, but they're trading kills here. Actually, 2 from TEC, and this could be problematic.
This is what I mean. You say it shouldn't be problematic. It shouldn't be a concern. And it looks like the bleeding's going to eventually stem. The slow orb actually getting quite a bit of value here. But this is the problem. This is a concern. Oh, Darian somehow just watched his team fall. Guns have been secured. And Wolves, I can't believe my omen came true so early on that they just could not get this confirmed, that the crossfire didn't work out in the same level as it should have, and now they're being sent off on their 1v1s. Now this is a possibility here. Darian's got them on his own. That's 1 kill gotten. Lucas only at 50 HP! And Titan Esports Club are not able to make it work here. Mistake versus mistake, but Wolves are the ones that make it slightly less severe.
Yeah, they got out of it. Still very costly, you gotta say. A spike plant and 4 players down. And to give credit where credit is due, definitely a lot of good work there by TEC, but just 2 questions have got to be asked for really both Aluba and Darian there on the other end. Thankfully, at least Darian is the one that's saving that. I'm sorry, not Darian, I mean Yosemite with that outlaw. But still worked out. Definitely a good enough of a result, but as you can tell, the repercussions is Wolves playing on the bonus could have been a lot more threatening. Now, all they got is just a single outlaw and a Bulldog. That's really all their ability to try to shoot back. And with them being significantly weaker in terms of the firepower, they have to depend on risks like the one that they're taking, right? Like a drone through middle, try to go for a spray down. It's a quad man push again, just like the pistol. This time around, though, TEC with superior firepower find themselves very measured. Didn't really need to press their case early on. And they're not going to do so. Still got over a minute to remain on the time. And I love how thorough they are. They are really leaving no gaps for the defense to exploit.
Absolutely. The fact that Wolves already exploited the gaps beforehand, you can even see Yosemite committing the slow orbs up to the top of mid so early on, which is, as you highlighted, Volt, it can sometimes be a little bit of a weaker piece of Sentinel utility, but the timing of slow orb can be so pivotal in just either stopping a swing from happening or completely convincing your opposition that if they try and stay here, they're going to die. And speaking of, Dariu's going to do exactly that. But he gets traded out at least very quick. That's a good big kill if you're Wolves. Again, the economy's so weak as it is means any frag here, any damage to be done here is a massive deal. That's going to be another kill with the Bulldog. Aluba's going to make it 3 off the back of it. Incredibly solid shooting from one of the newest members of Wolves here. He makes it 3-0 by getting a 4-0 himself.
Well, welcome back to Aluba. It looks like he has not missed the beat. That is some crisp shooting right there from their side. Just gotta make sure to get to the spike. But yeah, at least for the start, I'm significantly impressed by them. You know, coming in with the right ideas. Of course, really good shooting, great ability to clutch things up, And that 1-for-1, as you said, it was really valuable, right? Look at how long it will take just after the Neon is gone for them to reclaim the site. And they're not even able to claim it fully. That's how Alaba won that clutch, because they were able to maintain backside because elbow control wasn't there for the attack on TEC's side. That is what allowed Alaba to find those kills. And even if he went down, by the time they swung, the trade was already prepared.
Absolutely. That's looking a little bit cleaner. Wolves off the back. Seeing actually, I believe, how Titan played that second round, how the split came through. I believe Wolves have already looked at that and realized how they've gotten the round win for that second round and the mistake that Titan Esports had done. And they're already identifying that and making sure that they don't make the similar mistake. And right now, with the same kind of utility being planned out, the same drone through mid, the same watch through mid as the smoke comes through. It's a little bit early this time, and because of it, Aluba's actually to trade out Lucas, Initiator for Initiator, Sova for Sova down, and no Hunter's Fury on the line for Titan Esports Club. It is the lower buy, so it wasn't likely going to get much value, but even still, one less option for Titan going into market here.
Yeah, well, we'll see if things do change a little bit, but Glacier now under a lot of pressure. Great work from Spitfire to find that one. That's a gun that they're going to be able to pick up. Still got the Stinger next to those pistols, but they're unable to get out of the market just yet. TP coming in. And now, Howdong is able to get out next to Coco. That is going to be the spike down. Market control is going to be the name of the game. Spring doesn't have that much fuel. There's no utility on Yosemite either, so they will need to take those duels head on. It's a deadly crossfire to try to break. At least a trip is not going to be their all position. Aware of the positioning of one. Needed to find that kill. Good trades coming in from the side of TEC. And while Dynamite is finally known, Wolves are able to capitalize in the right time. Their player from main comes in swinging. Great work from Darion, and TEC looking lost on the post.
Yeah, indeed. The positionings was there, but the swings weren't quite there. The timing wasn't there. And I mean, we see Dynamite, the barrel had been spotted out, so he was being absolutely held down there, even when he tried to swing. And we didn't get to highlight it very much, right? But Spitfires on the Sage wall to stop that kind of link from stairs towards Boba there, completely trapping Dynamite in that market with essentially the Wolves at that point. Free reign to tear apart, pick apart the corpse, and another frag, another round off the back of it. Wolves are playing so patient and measured, like you said, Volts, but crucially, they are getting these first frags. Crucially, they are doing the damage, and aside from Titan Esports Club's very close to a comeback on that second round, Wolves have been playing the fundamentals, and they have been playing them very, very solidly.
And you can tell, like, it definitely shows up on the scoreboard. 0-4 for Dynamite. Not really even having any luck with those entries. And that is the place where, if there's a timeout to be had, I think this is where TEC needs to make some work, right? And finding success on the openers. Great placement for Glacier, though. Might find an opener of his own. And is able to escape, not that much. Great work from Dynamite. Speed things up on that side. And Howdong is denying any scale through middle. Right there in tiles, picks his timing, and that's another one for TEC. Now, they play that one 4-on-3. Hunter's Fury available for the defense on Alaba. But will Wolves find early success?
Oh, they would really like to. They would really, really like to. And from how we've been seeing these players perform mechanically, it is possible. The Titan Esports Club, they've struggled on the post plant before. This time, not so much, at least initially. Trade for trade is going to go in the side of Titan Esports' favor, and with Howdong coming in a little bit later to back his team up, that should already be a one and done. That shouldn't be a concern. And despite a really nice smoke attempt from Darion to try and force a one-way scenario from him, the spray is just clean, and it is going to be another round covered and sorted very, very fundamentally cleanly, I must say.
Yeah, it looked pretty okay, of course, on their side, but still, credit where it's due to the side of TEC. They were just able to bring numbers to that one, and it was really about that second player picking him from short. Because the player on site was always going to be dead. It's important for TEC that they have gotten that round. And most importantly, they shut down the operator pretty early. It's not going to be available here on round 6 either. But look at that from Yosemite. Lovely stuff to be done by Wolves. They're really hammering home that middle position, but they gotta be careful not to let off kills on the other side. Oh, it's a disaster from their side. They got that kill, but they just didn't back off in time.
Oh no, not only have you bitten the hand that feeds you, but even the meal that has fed you has teeth of its own. Oh, Wolves, what started so beautifully has just crumbled in front of them. There is still a potentiality here. That's an awkward res. Smidarian's done it before. The demon himself, he might do it all. He might get the fifth. It's not an ace because of the res, but it may as well be. Absolutely stunning stuff from Demon Darian.
Well, he's back! Back again to the VCT level, and it looks like we've got another scary proposition at hands, even when all go wrong. It's just really, really vintage from Wolves, right? Maybe not the same names, but Wolves in the clutch have pretty much been a staple of VCT CN. And the way that he approached this, you gotta say, is really good from Darian, but he really should have had no chance playing around like that. Mistakes all across the board from TEC. And I would want to see a timeout right now. Of course, yeah, like a lot of joy from Alex R. But that was a massive mishap from the side of TEC. And they were doing well in the mid round, right? I was like, hey, they're not really aggressive enough at the start. But at least in the mid round, they're able to be aggressive. But they just need to be more aggressive with that composition, and that's why maybe I'm not the biggest of fans of actually seeing that composition with the Neon, right? If you want to be a bit slower, I would say the Phoenix is definitely a bit better. The Flash is there, and he brings a lot more to the table in comparison to just Neon, who all she does is just press W and run forward.
And that's Neon used to do that as well, right? Before the nerf, so we shouldn't need to say it. Volch, you already highlighted that we are in kind of the newer patch, if not the newest one, which we are not. But you can't just hold W with Neon anymore. Your relay bolts have to be that little bit stronger. Your fast lane, to be honest, has to be placed pretty much to perfection. If you don't cut off a site with that wall, if you don't use it to get in and out incredibly smoothly, you are going to struggle. Your team are going to feel a complete gap in your play. And look at that. Dynamite's doing a setup that was valid maybe a year and a half ago on this map, maybe not that long ago, but completely swings out, gives his entire body for free, and that's not a hard shot at this level. No one is going to particularly struggle with that. And now you don't have the relay bolt. The fast lane's already been used. You don't have an entry if you're TEC. You have to just pray that these one jewels are going to go your way. And with Darian on 13 and 3, I don't think anyone wants to try and take a one against this man.
He's going to be going for more. That's another multi-kill to his name. How many kills is he on? That is a great way to set the stage for Wolves. A lot of question marks were on this lineup, but right now, they are emphatic in erasing ult out.
This is just confidence. I mean, look at it. Sorry, it wasn't. I gave it to Yosemite. It was Glacier that just shut that down off the back of the slow orb. But as we talked about it earlier, slow orb, not the most effective piece of utility that the Sentinels have. But at moments like that, you hear an ultimate get popped. That can run down a Neon ult. That can run down a Phoenix ult. Plenty of utility for it. Speaking of running down, Wolves this time going real aggressive. The sidestep from the Paranoia from Glacier as well is huge, but no frags yet.
I mean, he's got support, but no trades. They backed off. I don't even know if that's the right call, because Glacier have committed to the play. They should have also committed to it.
Yep.
The Paranoia didn't pan out that well from Darian, and that really has been the case of the game, right? Like, not really the best level of tactical usage, but great read from Wolves. Unfortunately, not the shots to back it off. That is vintage from Spitfires, and Spring is only going to be able to find one. Alaba found the perfect timing to respond. 1-on-3, and he separated them into two packs. A very late rotation from how long? Maybe a chance for Alaba to make this a 1-on-2 if he's aware.
Oh, he does look like he is. But surely only awareness is going to get you so far. He is staring at this down, but as soon as the Cypher Trip gets shot, Haodong is going to come into effect here. He knows he has to just rush it down, and Alaba knows that someone's on his tail, and he's getting stalked down now with the Silver Drone, with everything. But there's too much to do. The spike is ticking away as well in the background of all of that. So Titan Esports Club playing that round phenomenally well. all off the back of just a small mistake from Wolves on their positioning, not committing to this push like you would hope they would. And Titan Esports Club off that alone may have just found a gap in the armor.
Yeah, and TEC's trading has been looking pretty solid. Just unfortunately for Wolves right now, I feel like if Darien and Alaba are a bit slower in terms of their fragging, the whole team struggles a lot more. Glacier left on an island, maybe not the best of calls from Alaba, but we'll have to wait and see how they're going to function in the long term. TEC, I like what they're doing for the past couple of rounds, right? But the problem is, Wolves have set up the conditioning, and they can break it up anytime. They've been teaching them that what they do is that they play the mid round and they try to crunch on mid. So maybe they can crunch on the side, at least for now. Middle is still their focus. 4 rounds remain in this half, and for once, TEC are completely silent to boot. Definitely say probably the right call. But at least with the way that things are going right now, looks like a split is very likely. And the B side is the one that they're setting their sights on. At least for the good thing for Wolves, they know it cannot be towards A, because look at how forward Glacier is. So everybody else has got an early warning system.
But yes, indeed, and we get the utility setup. Market still cleared the same way, but this time not getting a free kill on the Glacier, not catching him out. The Sova Dart, the Recon Dart to get the information. A little bit of a risky stack up from Yosemite, and it is going to pay off. Beautifully dodged by Aluba, though, so only one player's presence going to be known. And already the rotates here. There's already 4 players ready to take this fight on. One less because of Aluba falls is going to immediately get rezzed out. And this is the difference. Titan Esports Club weren't covering the body to the same effectiveness. Glacier has run in. Yes, he's paid for his life, but he's gained all the information and a frag to boot. It allows the rest of Wolves just to steamroll on through the site. And Titan Esports Club's post plants go up in flames from the supercharged Neon.
Yeah, not the best of positions to play when you're trying to take on for market. 3 players on backside, you can't really break them out of there. And a lot of value have come into the Viper wall, just buying a lot of time for the rest of Wolves to be able to situate themselves for the post. And from there, they played it really well. And you gotta say, even if Spring individually isn't looking that good, a lot of true value have got to be given to the rest of the team, to Alex R. Just a great read on how TEC would want to play the game. And right now, they're benefiting the most out of it. 2 for 1. A couple of ultimates are there for TEC, but no resurrection for this round, at least.
Technically, a 3 for 1 Spitfires. His res is gone, and this is the thing we're seeing. I think this happened live in front of us, Vault, as to why Sage-ult, despite the fact, in theory, on paper, disgustingly strong ult. You can just pick up a player at any time that you want to get them back in the fight. But A, your Sage has to stay alive. B, your teammate has to die in a place that's kind of resable. Either that means winning the refrags or just waiting for the corpse to be left well enough alone, which then creates a lot of different potential issues of spacing here. Coco, yes, able to get the frag, but they're not able to capitalize any sort of frag into a res and potentially swing the momentum of a round. A frag is just kind of an empty kill, a bit of economic damage done. And while, yes, it is something, and that's better than nothing, Titan Esports Club don't really have the rounds or the economy where this one little piece of damage is going to find something, especially if Haldon can't even do the damage. Darion's got plot armor all over himself right here.
That is absolutely ridiculous stuff coming in from the side of TEC, but tells you the kind of game that we're playing, right? Like how much they actually need to work to get around off the other side. And credit where it's due to Wolves, though. They're actually able to hold on their ground. TEC, unfortunately speaking, well, outside of Haldong, they've been pretty quiet. 4 Night for Dynamite, and the rest of the pack aren't able to make much of the Neon right now. Switching up the pace, and maybe the best read that they've had all game. But they slowed down when that was probably the worst call to make in mind. It allows Spring enough space, but the drone is there as a contingency, and it gives them the site completely for free. Not the biggest fan of the walls of Spitfire for the first half at least, but good play, ready to take over short when the cage expires. Here comes the paranoia, but Wolves were ready and prepared.
Oh, so prepped, so slow. But Titan Esports Club don't really mind if that's the case. The fast lane's not going to do much because the Sage wall needs broken. So this other angle of attack is now prep, but the spike has ticked down at least somewhat. Dynamite falls. Everyone here's prep, though. That's beautiful shooting from Titan Esports Club, despite the Sage Slow Orb. And that's kind of the struggle with the Sage Slow Orb. It can get you a lot of value. It can slow down a lot of opposition, but they can still pull their guns back just fine. They can still take the gunfights just fine. And that's what Titan Esports Club here have done here. Aloob only going to be able to get one. Stops Lucas from getting out as well, so actually 2 guns done some damage towards Titan Esports Club with the round on the back and a potential to at least make this a 4-8-1/2 for them. And if Sunset was one thing back in the day when it was in the pool, it was a volatile map. It looks like it could still be the same. At least Titan Esports Club are going to certainly hope so.
Yeah, at least for now though, TEC need to find this round. 8-4 could be salvageable with the composition that Wolves are playing, right? Because we were talking about it, a lot easier to execute the Viper stuff on defense, but on attack, they need a lot more value out of the Initiator util. And for now, Wolves switch back to their original default. Glacier, very aggressive towards the A site, and now they know that it really has to be somewhere else. Coco, bit of a question mark, a stick from the shadows, but still at least are going to be able to find a kill here. The resurrection comes in at the right time, but they need to lay protection, and Spitfires will be the one to be more than just a healer. But Darian is an assassin, unfortunately not for that much more. A single kill from the Singaporean. At least TEC still in the lead, 4-on-2. Wolves struggling to get back the space, but even if they go out through middle, there is a late insurance policy in how long Cypher trying to follow them.
Oh, Yosemite stole a kill though. One more actually, and the res is on the board. Howdong though, this timing on through mid's absolutely stunning. Doesn't look like a single member of Wolves is even close to prepared for this. So
you look at Spring, right? Like Spring has got to go through spawn because he's aware of the Cypher.
Spring's had to actually run away to do an entire extra couple mile trek to try and get the value. And now it doesn't matter. The execute comes through. The slow orb is down. Spitfires is just picking up the frags. And no Viper's Pet or res to be able to be used for Wolves in time. Both ultimates going completely to waste. And a big concern here now for Wolves of the fundamentals were looking solid at the start, but Titan Esports Clubs have warmed up. What looked to be a massive mistake from Coco was actually sheer genius from Dynamite. It means the mid's clear. No one's looking towards him, and he can just speed up to get that frag. And yes, of course, it relied purely on Dynamite to land that kill, but even in a map such as this where Titan Esports Clubs are struggling and Wolves are having the mechanics on their side, that's not a kill that player's going to let loose.
And of course, all that talk, and you gotta give most of the credit of that round still to TEC, because as he was saying, just like Bren was saying, and he's got every right to be angry about that, it's an FPS game, we shoot people. And well, Spitfire is the one to shoot people. Some great work from him on an individual level. I don't think it's just Darian that is showing a high level of individual prowess in that one, but then the question for me will have to become, what will be of Wolves in that second half, right? As I said, on defense is a lot easier. On attack, we've seen even some of the best teams in the world. They used to play like the Viper and the Harbor when they were the meta on like Icebox and Lotus. Struggled a little bit more when it actually comes to the other side, but at least for now, from just their individual level, I think that they might have enough to take it over the finish line. But this is, again, another question mark, another point that in the previous kickoff and stage 1 version of Wolves, I'll be pretty pessimistic about. But hey, so far from this first half, I'm filled with a lot of optimism.
There is definitely a lot of optimism, definitely a lot of solid play, a lot of fundamental setup. And as we kind of discussed, you know, with this being Titan Esports pick, you would think that there's a little bit more confidence and kind of comfortability in the map. Now, we might see it once the half swap does come through. There's still every possibility, but meanwhile, if you look at comfortability, 93 kill assists survived or traded there from Darian, 7% of the time is the only time that he's not involved himself in this play, in these executes, and in these fights. And as we get onto the second pistol, Wolves now on attack with the single Sentinel. They've arguably already done the harder side with the weaker composition that they've got. So attack should be easy days for them as Titan Esports Club now to really leverage the double Sentinel.
Oh, there was a chance there for Spitfires to find something. Caught between two mines though. Couldn't pick a target. And well, for Wolves, they picked their sight. Correct choice is a single player on that line of sight. Very long rotation for Howdong, mind you. Well, this is how you use a Siege Wall. I don't know why they're not doing that. Like, it's been studied, guys. Like, we've seen that before. I'm gonna have a crash out in the first best of 3. It's just the first map, guys. Like, please.
Oh my
please.
Days. Volt
like
is,
this.
we have a world
like
we have a record now for the fastest that Volt has been broken by Project Horizon, and it's map 1 of game 1 here. But regardless, the wall does come through. The paranoia now off the back of it. Titan Esports having to do the retake that they struggled so commonly against. And at least, to be fair, they're able to do what they were struggling against. I say that the spike stuck now to half, pretty free without any sort of incident. And the flank from Howdong, even if the dreams of Titan Esports Club start looking a little bit darker, Howdong would have been there for the save. 5th round for Titan Esports, and a solid pistol answered right back against Wolves.
Yeah, it's great that it was not needed because it didn't look that good from Howdong, but looked a lot better from the rest of TEC. And that's the thing that I was talking about when I said, like, the composition of Wolves require much more slower pacing. When TEC are able to bypass that utility, when the orb doesn't find much value, that's where things go completely wrong for Wolves. Whether it was on them taking their takes or even in the post plants themselves. And for now, my worry is that they're not really going to be able to match the pace of Glacier. And if that is going to be the case, then things can be quite horrific for the Wolves on attack. But hey, it's only the pistol round. Just a save. Not really much expectations. I mean, the only investment that they have is a 600 credit Stinger. Oh, not Stinger, sorry, Bandit on Spring. And Dynamite is in the right place. Let's see if TEC can hold on for dear life. At least they got 2 players a lot closer to the A site this time around. And this second wall is going to be a problem. That's what I'm talking about. The conditioning, the peekaboo coming in. But this time, Dynamite staying alive. And thanks to the regen shield, still not going to be a single shot away from a classic from Die.
Not gonna be, but very, very close. Oh, the movement from Neon being shown off absolutely stunningly, though, from Glacier. Coco with the lurk on towards the spawn, but Spring still aware, still backing it up. And a 3k from Spring as well. The Viper's Pit already 2/3 of the way charged, and we're only getting in really to round number 3 here. Spring has been doing phenomenal work getting this utility up and online. And Wolves looking very confident to make a 9th round on the board as well here. Spring's positioning is only but the first real kind of smack in the arsenal here. The paranoia is beautiful. The spray from Spitfires is better, but a 2 versus 1 Howdong would still need to find it, and the smoke placement's absolutely stunning. Not really a hope in hell, you would have to say, especially with the crossfire. And Yosemite gonna just bring it down, pull Howdong towards the depths, and Wolves now answer right back with one of their own.
That's a steal. Like, again, as you said, nothing invested in that round. Not the best performance from Dynamite, but the rest of the team collapsed. I mean, just look at that take, right? Like, Lucas didn't find much. Dynamite was already low in HP. And then even the peak from short, just a single kill from their side. And against Classics, it really ought to be better than this disappointment on the coaching staff from TEC. And I'll definitely say very valid reasons for that. Credit where it's due to the side of Wolves. They are playing to the strength of the Viper wall and the way that their composition can pan out. TEC, just not really that convincing this time. A paranoia set up. Maybe they can try to punish Spring. I don't know if there's a slide still on Dynamite or not, but they're going to be trying to corral on him. A couple of shots from the Bandit, and that's the killing blow. A gun to be secured, and suddenly we could go from one thrifty to the next. 2 kills from the side of TEC! Yosemite! Well, that was ambitious, to say the least. But thankfully for Wolves, with that kill from Darien at the end, it still is a 2-on-2. Not the worst thing in the world, considering neither Howdong nor Lucas actually recovered any of the rifles. But Howdong's on the prowl. Bulldog in his hand. Should at least be able to get one, but it lets down from their IGL. And a final chance for Lucas. He himself is going to pick up that exact same Bulldog. Let's see if this is going to be a catastrophe or not. He's got the chance to at least get one and put himself in a one-on-one.
Oh, but he's already being looked. He's already being held. Darian's so prepared. We haven't seen Lucas in a while. Where could he possibly be? We haven't been shot at from market as we walk onto the B site. He could be anywhere, but I have a sneaking suspicion I know where, and it's done to absolute perfection. This complete scuffle on and towards the A main to try and fight it down. Howdong not getting that frag, and I'm not gonna lie, yeah, that Bulldog you highlighted, Vault, that Bulldog seemed cursed. I wasn't sure that picking it up was the right call. Maybe just better to run it with the classic, and with Darian still staring behind him, still eyes over the shoulder, believing there was a presence following, and getting that kill so comfortably. Wolves on double digits, and Titan Esports Club really this round the make or break, the difference maker between any sort of optimistic outlook or if we go to Haven on the back foot.
Yeah, well, this is where you gotta say TEC probably in a good read again. Like, it's the exact same setup, and it's a setup that's gonna work against Wolves because Wolves are keeping their wall static. But the thing about Wolves is even when they're able to use the wall, that usage then is always successfully switched around. And that is the difference that we've seen between the two sides. TEC not really being able to withstand the onslaught of utility, and they haven't taken much information from that side. Good wall from Spitfires on that timing. That limits their avenue to just a single angle, and Spitfires could be one of three in a crossfire himself. A drone out, the slow orb, great to slow down the pacing. And there's nowhere for them to go in the A side if they want to commit. Spitfires opens up the wall himself. Not sure if that is the right call. Could actually be punished for that one. A player on the other side of it. And Coco now under a whole world of pressure himself. Support is coming in, but Darian and Spring are going to clear off the site. Not the best of value from Spitfires. At least Dynamite is there for the trade. But it's a 2-on-3 on that one. Howdong late on the onslaught. And Darian again taking elevation. Not that he's even not that needed in that round because there's a great position there from Yosemite. Howdong needs to have the wherewithal to clear the first, and it seems that he's aware Barrow out. Needs to stick the landing on that first, and he does. Trade is coming in. Now he knows where the last player is. Out in the open, but he is gonna beat Howdong to the punch. And that might be game over. 2 more rounds for Wolves.
Oh, Aluba's making this so clean, and you've got two like you were highlighting that it's not just Darian's kind of show. I mean, this man is running a show, but it's not a one-man show. We get Aluba doing so much work here. Even in the earlier rounds, just the kills, the frags that were coming up were really impactful. Darian as well, him and Aluba, I would say, have really been the sort of deadly duo that as long as one is alive, Wolves' hopes and dreams are more than bright, more than upstanding. And with the second timeout now gone, only 2 rounds away for Wolves to take their opposition map pick and move on to Haven, which Titan Esports Club have kind of summarily struggled on, at least a little bit, especially in comparison to a map like Sunset. You have to look at their early hopes being potentially dashed, and Wolves may be making a statement out of their opposition that they have returned. Maybe a bit early to call it in map 1, but I'm liking what I see here, Vol.
Hey, I'm just gonna say I'm really happy with the look that we are seeing from Wolves, both individually speaking, like players like Darian proving that he still got it, and like also the coaching staff, right? Like, I don't know how much of an input Alex R have had on some of the new additions to the team, but it certainly looks really impressive, right? Like, Darian fits the kind of strategy they're going for, and I like what they've gone for, right? Like, they got Alaba, played it as a big veteran, Glacier, of course, newer addition to the VCTCN lineup, and you know, most of the rookies have really struggled this year, so it is really great to see that they're actually not struggling that much. Yes, Glacier is not taking the world by storm, but considering he's a solo duelist Neon, I would definitely say 11 and 12 is still a really decent scoreline for what he's supposed to do.
we've seen it definitely at least 2 or 3 rounds where he has sped in to an angle where like 3 players from Titan Esports Club have looked at him, but he's basically always gotten at least one before he dies, and more importantly, he gets the information. It allows Wolves to then actively kind of pre-aim where the rest of Titan Esports clubs are. There's no worry about sort of 2 people committing to the same angle out of a lack of knowledge, and that's what Neon is fantastic at. She can run in and be a Sova drone with a gun. If you can get a frag, then excellent. But Glacier has been doing the most important thing, which is getting his team onto these sites, using the fast lane to get some level of space, and then the rest of Wolves really committing to support that. And while I do say that, this time it's so patient on the space, taking a swing about to come through from elbow, a double up not needed as the first frag goes comfortably for Wolves.
You know that there is pistols only on the other side, so it's a smart choice not to, I guess, push the agenda, but Alaba definitely did push an agenda of his own. Both Hunter's Furies are not really that effective. Coco is in a great position, but unfortunately for him, even in the CQC, not really going to be able to take Yosemite down, who is going to find a second kill of the round. And now Wolves trying to run down TEC. Not that Spitfires is not up to the task, but definitely some questions to be asked of TEC's viability. Pistols only, of course, on their side. A couple of good shots from the Sheriffs, but still leaves out on only. Last man standing with 50 HP. A couple of stray bullets are enough. He's gonna wait for the smoke to time out, which is gonna be an even clearer advantage for the rifles. Haldong swings out, and he is gonna be able to find a second kill! Oh! Could have gone wrong. Great shooting by Haldong, but still gonna be match point in the end.
Yeah, indeed. Really nice. Not the second shot, still remarkably impressive mechanically, but did get to see the barrel, I believe, of Aluba. So not as difficult to land that second one, but yeah, genuinely, absolutely fantastic work here. And I want to say, right, Aluba popping the Hunter's Fury, making Lucas potentially panic and pop his, right? That's actually such a bigger deal for Titan Esports Club. They've lost their Hunter's Fury now. They can't really use it for a post plant or to deny a plant from Wolves. Meanwhile, Wolves rocking Yosemite with that res as well. If Wolves do a good execute, if they can get themselves on the site, that's already a bit of a shame to lose Spring out on mid like that to Dynamite's operator, but it does mean that if they get themselves on the site and don't really have any further concerns, a res means that the post-plant scenario looks a little bit better for Wolves here. So these refrags are going to be pivotal, and so far they're actually equal.
Not just equal with the resurrection. Now they got a man advantage back. 4 on 3 for that one. Yes, there is a res on Spitfires, and there is an overdrive on Dynamite, but the kills are in the heart of the site. They're pretty much a non-factor for that ultimate, and it seems like time has run out on TEC. Perhaps some question marks of playing Spitfires on the Sage. I feel like it's going to be better served on the second duelist. If we're going to go for Haven. But at least for now, Wolves walking into their own map pick. It seems to be with a confident stride. 3 from Darien in this round. It's 28 for him in total. As Wolves have had no troubles in dismantling TEC on their own map pick.
Yeah, absolutely stunning stuff. And one, I really want to see the stats for Darian's multi-kills, because 28 frags, but I would say every round felt like a double kill at least, or a triple kill. Every round that Darian kind of showed up on, he kind of took it on his back. It wasn't just himself, obviously. We've already given our kind of flowers to Alaba and such, so it wasn't a full one-man show. But if the highlight reel isn't mostly Darian from this first map, I will be shocked, because triple kills seemed to be whenever the man was at a low point. If he was walking away with a 3k, you would say that was a low performing round from Darian, and we're about to get towards those highlights and then get to look at the stats as a reminder of just how solid Wolves have looked throughout this entire map.
To be fair though, I don't even want to be too harsh on TEC because the season have already started. But they're supposed to be the team with a leg up, right? They're supposed to be the team that, as you've said, as we've discussed, kept most of the roster. The rest of the league, outside of them and XOG and EDG, are in a complete flux. Meanwhile, they're really supposed to be the one holding down the fort, but yeah, not looking that good. A lot of credit has got to be given to the coaching staff of Wolves and Alex R, and just the rest of the leadership on the side of Wolves, because it's big shoes to fill. And Sufat has actually left the team, but Well, they've clearly looked prepared, and on the other side of TEC, just back to that main point, not a big fan of that composition. I feel like the Sage didn't pan out that well. Whether it is Spitfires, maybe not that comfortable on the Sage, or just, as I've highlighted, like the walls and some of the setups that TEC themselves were doing, both on attacks and even more so on defense. That's not the biggest fan for me. They're playing with too high of a variance, and this is where Wolves had them beat, right? A lot of risk taken from one side, but it didn't pan out. Let's hear it from the side that did actually pan out.
狼队加油！狼队加油！加油！弄耶了，打了。来，看下我来准备。我大家可以左边正，等。我这通关还没。来，落位，准备。来，启动。行。嘿，一跌死了。来，红砖，跟他打。红砖。跟他打。我都看不到。B 大开局 B 大的，我都看不到。 把这装入了，就把红钻拿了，就把红钻拿了。来吧，我留拿红钻。CT 有太平。好。红钻一起倒。Let's go！ 站起来，你们在干嘛？太早了。我们从中路吧，我们没有，我在 A 打他们给 A 烟了。有没有奶妈可以救的？开到了。踢下 A 乱吗 ？A 进了。这不是2打1。2打1。哇！站起来！不可以，我要冷静。Nice！ Oh my！ nice 啊！安可带你们赢，没事。
And yeah, well, who was it going to be? Who was it really going to be? 3.3 KDA. When we last checked in, that was a 93% KAST. So he actually increased the stat between the last check-in and the end of the match. What a performance. And Darian running like a demon possessed right now.
Yeah, I mean, you even look at the heat maps, right? He's been all over the place. The B side on offense, the A side on defense. He's just found a lot of value, and, well, I mean, we were talking about Wolves. I feel like we can sing their praises to the end of the day, but the one thing that we were talking about while the team comps were going is how there's a lot more intent and a lot more purpose behind the composition of Wolves. And Darian is the example of this, right? They bring the Viper, they bring the Sage, they're filling up the space for the rest of the team to play, and Darian is one of the bigger benefactors. Even if they're playing a single duelist, Darian was kind of given the leisure of, hey, you can make those plays, you can act as like a pseudo second duelist, and the Sage was actually taking the back seat, which is something that we didn't see on the TEC side, and that was actually, like, I guess when it rains it pours is the right saying for the side of TEC. Neither did Spitfires at the best showing on individual level, nor did they actually even have any idea of how to operate the Sage in comparison. And that's the one thing that I'm circling back on. Intent, fully there from Wolves, and for a team that is supposed to be ready for the season, they look completely lost on the map that they even picked themselves, and that's just the most surprising part.
Yeah, for this to be your opening map, it has to be a solid performance. It has to be the momentum builder, the confidence builder, that the work we've put in, it is already starting to come to fruition. It is already showing up, and we get to see the combination. I mean, Spitfires 14 and 16 isn't awful if you're on Sage. You know, you can be running that supporting role, but the assists aren't really there, and half of the kills of your opposition really is just showing that everything was going the way of Wolves. And I mean, as kind of one of the resident Sage mains of Horizon as well, playing Sage is really difficult because you don't have much to back up your shooting. And again, if you're not getting those reses in opportune moments, it's a waste of a ability. And, well, Wolves didn't really need to use the res as much. 14 first bloods, meaning they were very confidently basically always on the numbers advantage, even without the res.
Yeah, like most of the time they were. TEC, again, as we've said, they needed to be the team that gets the ball rolling on attack. When their attack didn't go well, that's when we knew, like, it was just kind of game over, right? Like, the defense needed to show a lot more cracks, and TEC couldn't force the issue. They really didn't bring out the worst of Spring, and that's to Spring's credit as well. Like, they were really measured on that Wolf side, and the individual level on TEC as well was another point that maybe we can take a knock on them for. But, well, let's not knock on this for too much longer. We're going to be heading to map 2 pretty soon. Let's see if Haven is going to be any better from TEC as we go back to a break.
you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent.
Welcome back. TEC looked completely out of sorts, going 5 and 13 on their own map pick to kick off stage 2. Welcome back to Project Horizon. This time, from the start, Marante's right there with me, and I believe that we've witnessed what was just one side dismantling. That was a blowout, to say the least. And it leaves me really worried about TEC in the long term. They're supposed to be the team that will start off strong and then taper off comes the latter end of the stage and the latter end of the groups. Right now, Wolves, I guess they've answered all of the question and just erased all of the doubts. The question will be, how far will they take it? Haven is the map that they were notorious for in the older core. New coach, new system, but at least from what we're seeing, it seems like this is a system that is ready to make waves again.
New coach, new system, but kind of same old map, same old tricks, a little bit of kind of a change up to what we've seen from Sunset. I mean, again, Neon has been nerfed to the point a lot of teams and organizations have just stopped running her, similar to how Yoru was. Didn't stop both of these rosters running her in Sunset, just because that's what it was whenever it was meta. And I expect to see some level of that on Haven as well. No real massive change-ups to the meta. Again, we'll see like the Sky, probably be going back to the single kind of Sentinel angle, especially just because the double Sentinel didn't really work out in TEC's sort of favor. It was just, especially with that Sage we highlighted earlier, she's very difficult to make work if the refragging isn't there on point. If you aren't winning your gunfights decisively, you are missing an entire agent, essentially, an entire ultimate. So Spitfire's hopefully getting off of that Sage just to be given that bit more space to have confidence in taking the fights and knowing that they don't have to hold back. When we've seen Spitfires play with that confidence, it worked out so well for Titan Esports Club. It is just about harnessing that and letting him breathe free.
Yeah, and that's what I want to see. I want to see Double Duelist run back here, of course. Haven, pretty much much better known value in terms of what the Asian pool is. And I'm hoping for more of the default. I'm hoping for more of the regular. I think that this single duelist Neon is not going to be the case for map 2. And I just want to see less Neon overall. I know that, yes, for both teams, for what they want out of Dynamite and what Wolves also want out of Glacial, that the two of them are really going to be running like primarily they're dive duelists, like whether it's the Jets, the Neons, like Yoru can be played a bit as a dive if you ever bring the Yoru back, but like that's the thing, right, is that you got a primary dive duelist. It's just a question of whether do you pair him with a second duelist that is an option for both of the sides, or you just rely on something else. I feel like double duelist is the way that this TEC comp is established. So I'm glad to see that happen. And I'm also glad to see Spitfires on something that he's really comfortable on. He was great on Waylay last time around when he was with Tyloo. And I feel like he's going to be pretty good on that one. The question then becomes, can they actually handle this composition that I feel like has been a little bit more pioneered by Vitality, especially when Sayonara came into the fold. They've been the one pushing the agenda for Viper back on this map. And from what we've seen from Wolves in map 1, I think they're going to be one of those teams that might just run the Viper on 5 out of the 7 maps as is.
To be fair, right, you don't have to rely as much on the weaker controller utility setup. I mean, we just had the Sentinel buffs come through, our controller utility setup, utility setup, I should say. We've just had the buffs come through, but for a lot of the agents, it wasn't really massive changes. Killjoy getting a upgrade to the fire rate on her turret, by far the strongest upgrade towards it. The rest of the utility, very, very minor changes. Sage gets a bit more in her self heal. That's not what anyone was asking for, nor did it kind of make the difference, especially we got to see her double run on Sunset, and I don't think at any point were we going, oh, the Sage healing really making a difference here towards a gunfight, nor was there any sort of confident kind of showing from that double setup. So meanwhile, the Viper wall that we had our initial misgivings about, that was kind of put through towards most of B and mid, it worked out so well. And I think you're right, Volt. I think it is just, we're going to be seeing Spring a lot on this Viper. A lot of good map control and cut off. The Viper's wall is as tried and true, bread and butter as it can be. And we're getting onto the pistol round here. Titan Esports Club to regain their footing and to redeem themselves after a very unfortunate first map in Sunset. We'll see how they do in Wolves Haven.
Not the usual out of Wolves. A lot of teams take that B control and push into window. Try to catch them off on the other side. But it's not going to be the case here. Slower pacing from their side. The Killjoy utility is already used. That double dive, though, can be really dangerous. But they got to be careful not to overcommit. The way they can fall back, but not Dynamite. Still in that dark cover. But if taking plenty of damage on his side, Alaba find the kill. But Yosemite trades two back, and it's Haldong to rectify his ways. A quiet game one, but on the second map, Haldong starts off with a quad.
Indeed, a lot of lurking and a lot of map control gained from Haldong, but that meant he didn't really get to show off his mechanics. He didn't get to show off his aim. He was coming into these engagements a little bit later, coming in a little bit less prepped, really, whenever most of the initial fights had already gone down. Much more map control and much more lurking, so getting himself a lot more active, a lot more hands-on, and getting those a lot dirty. A 4K to start it off is absolutely massive for Titan Esports Club, and the pistol round went their way initially, though, Volt. Can they capitalize off of it and actually build a few more rounds off the back of it?
Good question to be asked. I don't think that TEC are going to be losing a thrifty round this time around, because the stack is on the C side, and TEC have re-hit on the A site, which is completely boring, at least for now. And for that little bit of trivia, which I think kind of paints the picture of how, I don't want to say dreadful, because I feel like it's a strong word, but I really dread Haven, okay? I don't like the map. It has been in play since stage 2 of 2024. We've had Fracture get in and go out like 5 times in the meanwhile, by the way. 771 days in play. And probably still for a little bit more, at least until the year ends. And before this round ends, I'd assume Wolves not really willing to give away too many duels to TEC. So Dynamite is the one going to explore alongside its other duelist. But as you can tell right there from those crosshairs, it's a death trap if you try to take a step out, even if they're only classics.
Yeah, indeed. This is a firing squad, and you are trying to die to the bomb here if you're Wolves. You're trying to as well keep the guns or get the ult orbs if you're Titan Esports Club, but it's going to be a full rotate now. Haldong on that control, on that lurk, doing exactly what he's known for. Beautiful first shot onto Spring. Quickly dealt with and traded out, though, for Glacier at least to get something, and then the bomb going to take all the rest of the players in for Wolves, and Titan Esports Club already doubling up on their investment for the pistol round here. A good start for them indeed. A lot of guns carried over, but with 4 players died to the spike from Wolves here, the economy going to look very, very clean, and they should be able to confidently get themselves a buy up. That is a full arsenal ready and willing to be introduced towards the side of Titan Esports Club, bar 1 or 2 pieces of minor utility.
Yeah, so let's see if that utility is going to paint a different picture in that bonus. 4 rifles. Yes, 3 out of those 4 are Bulldogs, but TEC still not only maintain lethality, but they also maintain just picking the right sites. Dynamite in a great position there on the elevation. That's the site taken, and even the Spitfires does take a little bit of damage for that. they've got themselves the prime real estate. As long as they make sure to set up their post quickly, Wolves are going to be a little bit late to that party. So out of those 40 seconds, 10 or so are going to be set up time. Wolves trying to go out early, and that should have been a kill for TEC. This could complicate things as 4 players are trying to force their way out of spawn.
Oh, and the fast lane's gonna do it. We highlighted that piece of utility. Yosemite with a brilliant frag. Cannot land the second despite Kuko's 4 HP. Should be dealt with and is done. But meanwhile, we're bursting out of the defensive side spawn. And Spring gets the last frag onto Lucas. The split attack from defender side and garage spawn opened up so surgically. And Darian essentially sent on a one-man crew, knowing that he will regroup with his team on towards the C site and be there whenever he is needed. As long as his gunfights go his way. That's exactly what they do. And complete echoes of confidence from the man possessed back in Sunset. He is showing no signs of slowdown right here, right now. And you can see that damage all being done here. Spring just walking out of the defender side spawn and making sure Wolves' sight stays theirs.
Yeah, and of course, for Wolves, even with that round, oh no, like dynamite. That, I'm sorry, man. There's no excuse for losing that kill, but at least TEC are rectifying that. Spit the fire on the flames, and he'll find a C slide with 2 kills on top. That's much better for TEC to boot. And with that neural theft, no chance for Wolves in the post. They've already conceded the round. The question then becomes, can they maintain all 3 of those rifles and hope that they can afford a repurchase, or does TEC go for the hunt? Financially speaking, I don't think that they are in a position that is that good to do that. Like, as you can tell, somebody doesn't have any cash on the side of Wolves, for example, so that's somebody that they'll need to get a drop for. But for TEC, their own finances also, I don't think is that good. But still, giving this one a fair shake. Derek forced off the primary angle, but they're entrenching on the territory of Wolves now. Spitfire's already found a pair, and he's going to be frozen at that. Dynamite, the second time of asking, will actually get that kill. That's 1 out of 3. Here's the second. It's going to be Darian, last man standing. So that's not going to be enough for a purchase. No connections to the smoke. But just that 3rd round alone is going to have some glaring ramifications for a defense that honestly didn't look that bad to boot.
We're seeing what's currently happening is Wolves are a bit stacked on towards their defense side here, and then what's kind of highlighting, you mentioned earlier, Volts, about Titan Esports just kind of picking the right site and their kind of gambits always working out for them. And to be fair, it's a lot easier to pick the right site whenever Wolves are going for such heavy stacks. Of course, it is Haven defense. It is a little bit tougher to have all of the maps running, or to have all of the sites on the map, you know, kind of equally reinforced and equally stronger. But Wolves are playing this very risky. They're playing this almost off the back of, well, we won Sunset so convincingly, we are going to have the read on what Titan Esports Club are doing. We know what site they're going to execute on, what their playstyle is. And right now, yes, okay, they were able to get around on the board, but that's not looking as confident. I don't have as much faith that Wolves are able to make the read against Titan Esports' play every single round. And I think that's exactly what this timeout is for, is now the playstyle needs to be readjusted, readapted, respect what Titan Esports Club are actually showing Wolves, and then play around that rather than this preconceived notion of what Titan Esports Club were going to do.
Yeah, of course. For Wolves, I don't really mind that kind of gamble play that you're talking about, right? The big side stacks. But they really need to also maintain some semblance of stability. And then the way that they play that C-site is very different from the way that, you know, I was talking about Vitality on the Agent Select. It's a very different approach. You usually see Sayonara on the Viper being the C-site anchor. It has been the Killjoy most of the time.
Oh.
And we'll speak of the Devil. Here's Yosemite finding one, but couldn't really find much more. Oh, if he was a bit more patient there, some trigger discipline would have probably netted him more. Not a bad kill on Spitfires, but Haldong should really have the pick of the litter here. They're not going to be prepared for him. He shoots immediately. And maybe that's for the better, because the paranoia is there. Stingbot as well. Haldong avoiding the majority of that initial damage. And, well, not able to transfer onto Darian fast enough. So 3 on 3. The guns, I don't think, are that recoverable for Wolves, but they'll be happy enough to at least get one of those Phantoms in the round. Seems like the second rifle is another option, and with it, Wolves actually giving this one a go. A fake TP initially by Darion, and there comes the rest of the team out, but Lucas is gonna immediately deny any opportunities for the rest. And a 5 HP Darion, who started off the kills for Wolves, will be the last man remaining. Have to try to get away, and he does. So 4 rounds for TEC. The right start to an attack on Haven, and some question marks for Wolves stacks.
The emphasis on out just being completely taken out of this round to Yosemite. Unfortunately, just not able to do good work. And Howdong, yes, he falls here, but so much time had already been dealt with. Lucas, phenomenal shooting, despite being impacted by the relay bolt there. Beautiful, beautiful work. And Titan Esports Club, yeah, really confident on this aggression, really solid on the executes, and the operator from Glacier coming out as the kind of angle. There's no real flashes other than the paranoia here, so a good read against the composition from Titan Esports Club, but it does mean that Glacier, really difficult shots to land, either the tailwinding jet or the run it back refracting waylay utility. Already the jet been dealt with, already the Spitfires, the waylay then been dealt with, and the Hunter's Fury, not a single frag to boot here. Wolves digging their heels in hard and surviving the initial tirade.
Yeah, no mates, no support for that side. And to give credit where it's due, Spitfires definitely to give it a shot, and the Hunter's Fury did a lot of damage from Lucas, but didn't really net them any kills. Back towards the A site they go. I don't mind this from Coco at all. But then he's leaving it up to the timing. Glacier. Right place, right time, missed shot though. Alerts the Omen. And he's able to get out safely. Both steps used. Just keeping his life, I would definitely say, is enough of a prize for the side of TEC. And Wolves have strengthened that A defense. Already 2 on site, with a third very close on rotation. And I don't think that they spotted the player in graffiti at all. So Darion is really in a position to win the round. Worst come to worst, but even that might not be the case. Shots coming out from Howdong, not finding that much value. And there is the Omen. We'll find that initial kill, and the last 2 not even given a chance to walk into the site. Coco left alone. With no time remaining, and Wolves have finally figured things out.
Bleeding, been stemmed a little bit. Coco just having to hold up. Just find himself a little corner, stick in it. That is going to be the right call. Is it going to be the correct decision-making pathway for them? And now Wolves, as you said, already got themselves a little bit more comfortable. Dealt with the first in the jet, just such a clean shot, and then it means that already Spitfire's a lot less utility and a lot less backup from going in the entry. And yeah, the refract, it's good. It's not what it used to be. And it does kind of show that the minute Dynamite or Spitfires die, the attack is a lot more difficult for Titan. It really relies on both of these members being alive for the execute to be utilized to its maximum potential and kind of suffocate Wolves to the point that their defense does collapse. Because if you're just dealing with a jet dash or just dealing with a waylay saturate, you can absolutely deal with that independently. And as round number 7 starts off, another slow mid-engage, or at least leaning from Titan Esports Club to start us off.
Yeah, and you're talking about that saturate. I feel like it is really the linchpin of some of those setups. Comes up top, 2 players, but thankfully Spitfire is able to find a trade, not dying to Yosemite initially, but they're not expecting somebody to be already back B. They try to spread their wings towards C-Link, but now they have to retake the side again. Thankfully, Lucas up to the task. And that is going to be the second for Spitfires. 2 on 3. It remains Spring and Darion, probably the 2 best options. Spitfires on a hat-trick, looking to make it a quad. The spike is out in the open. They need to find that kill, and Spitfires on the duelist, uncompromising. That's his 6th kill in this half, and TEC fully bringing this game into their fold.
That looked so difficult as well for Titan, but you can see the laughing, you can see the chuckling there, and that is kind of off the back of this push had been misread by Wolves. You can see the fact there that whenever it was being held down on the back side by Wolves, you thought that it was going to be initially a B site engaged. The convergent paths then on towards C from Titan Esports, that attempt to push through on the back line didn't actually work out. It didn't get value, and yet just off the positioning and off of that kind of pivot back towards the B site of actually this is where our attention should be, survived it perfectly, handled it incredibly solidly, and now Titan Esports able just to convincingly get this lead going forward. We might already be seeing the curse of VCT China, where no teams really ever convert their own map pick. It's always the opposition, but still plenty of rounds to play with, still plenty of time for that to factor out one way or the other. And another very solid execute from Titan Esports Club, almost an empty site face down. If you're the side of them, Wolves making this completely empty, all worried about how Dong's lurk here, and the lockdown goes down for the retake.
That's important that there's actually no Hunter Siri on the other side that gives them the assurance that they can use it as aggressively as possible. And, well, speaking of the aggression, here comes the Neon, but not going to be enough for much. Another kill from Yosemite is important, but Dynamite cannot really contest this, so they need the help from short, and the spray down from Lucas is going to be good enough. Darian is unable to find either off long or short, and that means that for the second time of asking, there should be an advantage for TEC, and they clean it off in style. Spitfires and Dynamite to start off a round, and then to finish the one after.
Double stacks, ask and you shall receive. Titan Esports Club now really making this map look like their home turf. Sunset just wasn't it. The playstyle wasn't there, the executes weren't there, the overall game plan with some of the agents just didn't feel like it was there. But this feels coherent, this feels structured, this feels like exactly what Titan Esports Club were planning back in Sunset. And whether it's just because it's the bigger map, just because there's the additional site, whatever it is, Wolves currently really struggling and playing pretty feast or famine with their playstyle. Again, one player in the Killjoy from Yosemite all the way on the backside, everyone else basically up in mid, and you have to hope Yosemite can do it all, and he starts it, he can't really finish.
I mean, start is good enough though. Spitfires out of the competition. That could have been another ultimate if he was left to farm in this round, but Coco still netting those kills, so no trouble against the eco. And even the kills that are farmed aren't really feeding into ultimates that could change the equation for the one after. Glacier still one standing, and well, gotta say, like 2 rounds so far, probably gonna be 7-2. They are able to make it 8-4. There's definitely some contention left within Wolves, but their composition, Madante, was really supposed to be getting a lot more value out here on the defense. Like 4 rounds is still pretty good considering it's Haven, but considering their comp, we've seen them do well on Sunset in terms of playing the bait and switch, playing the tug of war, pulling a bit on the A side and then going to B, and it's going to be even a little bit more effective here on the Haven, but my question mark is going to be how they're actually going to manage with just a single duelist when they go to attack.
It does seem like a potential like feast kind of moment where it is just reliant on getting as many of these rounds as possible. As you said, I mean, Titan Esports with the double duelist, they are expecting to kind of leave this with a positive slash line. So 8-4 for Titan Esports Club. While they would be happy with it, you know, Wolves wouldn't necessarily scoff either. Of course, it would be better to, you know, have it equalized or have it even, you know, go in Wolves' advantage if you're a Wolves player or fan. But to get this sorted out here, that wouldn't be the end of days. The ultimates are starting to come online as well. Spring can just decide at any moment to really lock down a site. If not with his ultimate, just with his gun barrel. That's a hell of a swing into Dynamite. The operator been smoothly and cleanly dealt with. And now again, this problem, Titan Esports Club missing one of their duelists' apologies. How do they actually break themselves onto site?
I mean, to break in, I need to take care of back B. Like, back B and C-Link have been their 2 focal points. Like that TP there from Coco, didn't go high, went low, and went back out. Well, with that Nano Swarm, they know that there's nobody down low. They just have to be wary of the dark cover. Eventually, the time will run out, and Spitfire is nearly putting a trigger. Not going to take a second chance, and the wall goes up. With it, The last stun, 15 seconds for TEC. They need to go now. How long? Aware of that player on the right side and exchanges blood. Spitfires finds the next, but there's still another player backside. The spike one needs to come in. There's a chance for Darien to ruin this round a whole, but the smoke there gives coverage from the other side. Darien traces some damage, and they both pull back into hell, and that means a lot of value on this waylay. Dead early, Darien have found the operator, and the rest of the retake collapses. Some impeccable work from the Omen, and Darien still, even if he's not gonna lead the scoreboard, he's gonna be impactful.
Oh, he'll lead the charge for this one round at least. That operator getting no value from Titan Esports, literally getting swung into twice and just surgically dealt with there, removed as if just completely cancelled out of the equation. And the double stack on Hell, it's good enough for Coco to get one. But suddenly Titan Esports Club, we look at the economy here. There's enough really for them to work with. The Bladestorm from Dynamite is going to allow a full buy. But Titan Esports Club here, they want to convert this round. They basically need to convert the next two. If Wolves can hold on for this round, then go on for a fifth, all of a sudden Titan Esports Club's what looked to be a very convincing first half, certainly a lot more convincing than either half of Sunset, might start to falter. And with already a rate of fire, a pace being played like this, the round is sooner done than it ever began.
Oh, but Lucas does find two back from the Andres Fury. A chance to take care of Derek, but Darien is still gonna hold on strong. 20 HP on that Omen. Despite the neural theft, how long? Elects to test his luck on that C site. One trip for long. The second, not really gonna have to worry about it. And I like the fact that he does not destroy the sentry. Still gonna be enough of a cooldown that it's not gonna be there by the time he plants the spike. Util called back by the Killjoy, and a 1-1 split is the way that they're playing that one out. Killjoy identified on one side, but doesn't go for C long, and that second tripwire is gonna be the information that he needs. The timing needs to be in sync. Darien is a little bit delayed in comparison to the Killjoy, but right now Haldong is starting to ask himself some questions. Old backside doesn't reveal the information, and the sentry actually doesn't clear the corner that he's in. It's gonna be a 50-50. Does he find Darien in the right time? Sees it before the smoke blooms, but couldn't control the spray for the next. Yosemite recovers, and Wolves will find 4.
Just barely. The spike has tricked me before, but just barely. 0.02 there left, so not much time at all, but more than enough if you are Yosemite. What a retake. What patience off the back of the from the shadows there just to gain that information. And it's weird complimenting Wolves' patience when this was how the round begun, when Hunter's Fury was coming through left, right, and center, and the ultimate's just trading out for kill, for kill, for kill. And 0.2 seconds left for Yosemite here. One more round to make Wolves look very confident, actually, at the end of this half, and Titan Esports Club looking to answer back.
Well, I mean, that's the answer and a half. 3 kills from Wolves. And even Lucas goes down early. That is a complete bloodbath. DEC. Yeah, that's a stinker. Absolutely. They just run it back. And it's the exact same result. Like, I'm sorry, you don't bash a wall until it falls down. I feel like that's what happened here.
Oh, well, look, I mean, yeah, sometimes the wall can break down, but we're made of sturdier stuff up in this. And as you said, basically just a repeat, a complete flashback of how the previous execute worked. And if anything, it worked even smoother this time for Wolves. It was a little bit shakier the first time they tried it. That one was purely well timed, purely well executed. Everyone understood the assignment, and Wolves catch right back up to Titan Esports Club here. This was a 1 and 4 round split for them, ending at a 5 and 7. You're not displeased if you're Wolves.
Yeah, not displeased at all. I'll definitely say the kind of recovery that they had in that second half, I would be very displeased if I'm TEC, to be honest. Like, they had the game. They should have absolutely had it on lock. But now, with only 2 rounds of a buffer, a pistol round alone could spill doom for TEC, who are gonna pivot over to the defense. And they've struggled against the Viper initially. Let's see if they're gonna be able to actually solve it the second time last game.
You're relying a lot of work the minute you go against like the Viper composition, you're relying a lot of work on that Sova. You're relying so much work on those darts, so much work on that kind of utility, that recon from the oil drone as well. And I really have to give credit to Wolves in particular. The Sova darts are not getting much time to pop at all. They are being shot or dealt with very, very quickly, and we can see that it was having such an impact on Sunset. We're talking about both the holds from Titan Esports, both in the post plant and then the retakes, both of which were struggling, and it was because of that information not being the most conducive to their scenario, and not being able to give them the information or any sort of idea of how the next steps would need to be taken. As you said now, Vol, the pistol round, a massive factor for Titan Esports Club here to keep themselves comfortable, to keep themselves fully confident in the belief that they can bring us to Ascent and stay in this best of 3. If they can, and Wolves get this pistol round, Titan Esports Club could already be starting a very disappointing stage here.
I mean, the start on the defense, though, not that bad. They had a trap play towards B, so the rotation isn't going to be the longest towards that C site. And they've bought a lot of time with both the trip and the paranoia. Utility has got to be expanded from the side of Wolves just to gain control of Garage, but it all goes to naught when Dynamite goes down. He needed to find a shot there. Now the round massively simplified for Wolves. Spike planted, they got smokes and an orb on that line of sight. So they can just rotate smokes over and over, and they only have Garage to worry about, which they have already started with a great kill from Spring and a second from Yosemite. That should be round over. 2 on 4. A little bit messy from TEC, and that really has been the case all throughout the day.
Yeah, Messi and TEC, I mean, look at the setup here. 2 each side. Everyone's split up. It's kind of a high-low split as well. Everyone's prepped just to hold these angles. Everyone's prepped just to hold the smoke. And there's the recon dart I was talking about. That's the first scan that Titan Esports Club have really been allowed to get away with. And yes, Lucas capitalizes off it. But that does go to show how on form for dealing with the utility the rest of Wolves have been. And that was a pretty surgical, I feel like I've been saying the word a lot, but that is how you want to do a split push on towards C from Garage and Long if you're attacking on Haven. You could not ask for a better pistol.
Yeah, the right pistol, the right read, even when they had to expand that utility, really came through to Dynamite, and I felt like he overplayed his cards a little bit because the utility was used to maintain a specific pace from Wolves on Garage. So all he needed to do was to let that long player go in anyways, just have their player from spawn play a crossfire with them, push the smoke with the right timing. Right now, Dynamite is trying to take a timing off his own, but did not find the connection with that Marshall. That would have been so important, but doesn't really change much anyways. Wolves bringing the rest of their stack back into the A site after getting that lobby control. And unfortunately for TEC, they didn't play a stack, unlike Wolves, which actually what they've done in the first half. And that means that they get no information early. They just have to play off feels. At least their feels aren't betraying them. 2 players on the A side, a quick rotation from Spitfires. But Dynamite needs to be successful here with that, Marshall.
Oh, and he absolutely is. Glacier just a little bit slower than his opposition. The jump peak as well does a bit of more damage with this Marshall, but it means Lucas isn't going to get cleared, and the body shot, it does some damage, but not enough. Spring able to tank it, get the kill himself, get the gun saved. The Spike, though, in a very awkward position here, needs to go and get retrieved, needs to go and get scavenged. It will do that, and the Marshall actually being traded out for the Spectre as well, or the Outlaw, apologies, from Spring. So 1 shot body shot potential now, very much on the board, and any kills that Spring does get are closer and closer pivots towards the Viper's Pit going online. Titan Esports Club here really want to die to really Darien here. They want to give him the frags, but it's Yosemite that picks them up with a Guardian and gets the lockdown charged up as well. Wolves so confident to play that slow and play the round so fundamentally that even with Dynamite's beautiful Marshall shots, it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, the shots did most of the hard work, but really it came down to Darien again. Not too many would have found that multi-kill.
No.
And the wherewithal and the confidence to just walk in, take a specific duel, trusting in your teammates. That is something that we've seen from Wolves all today. And right now, they're building on a pretty good second round, or third round bonus rather. Outlaw in the hands of one, already finding a lot of value early. Lucas down on 10 HP. And that's exactly the way that they should be playing it. You look at the side of TEC, after that damage, everyone but Haodong is a one-shot kill to Glacier.
Yeah, Glacier now essentially has an operator online. It is only a 2-bullet operator, but damn can those 2 bullets be fired real damn fast. And meanwhile now, the information being got on towards mid. The Sova drone to try and get the value. Spring believing has been spotted out. There's 3 members here being stacked up. A smoke already committed as well. Wolves could work with this information, but they're going to disrespect it. The fast lane paranoia is being chucked left, right, and center, but no one really able to break on the site just yet. Glacier does it with the fast lane. Immediately traded out. Dynamite's doing so much work here, but Spring answers back with 2 of his own. The backside immediately cleared. A 3rd on the Coco. Beautiful shooting. And the man, the myth, the legend, Spring has sprung. And Wolves a new season onto the A site without very little fight back from Titan Esports.
Well, the summer is not here just yet for Wolves. They're waiting as seasons are changing. Haodong he's been having an okay look at this haven, but not allowed a single peep into the site, so he'll have to give it away. Finances are dire for TEC, so at least the hero rifle would be something for them to hope for. It could cause some damage, could at least be a detraction from Wolves running the game, but fortunately for everyone on the side of TEC, started off really solid, Medante, right? But I feel like they really tapered off from round 10 onwards. Like, the last couple of rounds on defense, those couple of rounds here on attack, like, Wolves has been looking a lot better in comparison to their start.
There's playing with confidence, and I really do want to highlight. So I highlighted the fast lane, right, from Glacier, and I said that there wasn't too much in the way of an actual full execute. But that's because it wasn't a particularly explosive execute. But what just happened there is Glacier literally sets up the fast lane and just walks through it. No one throws any utility into it. No one throws any utility at the end of it. No one is there to meet him. And all of that space granted from just literally pressing a button and walking up towards the site. And look at how it's got Titan Esports Club conditioned. The fast lane's immediately used to make them think it's a fast execute. And there's 4 on towards the A site. 3 on A long, 1 towards short, and it means that either the B site, or let's face it, the C site, Haodong is present, but he would have to do a lot of work to get this push shut down, and it's a B site completely taken without incident.
Right play though, as he said, the conditioning definitely paying dividends, but I like the B plan because they're weaker on economy here on the side of TEC. Right, they're not going to be as explosive even with those double duelists. Dynamite is only on a Marshall. The smoke could be their savior though. Haodong is a sole player coming in from C-Link, but he doesn't really see much on the other side, and now they double down on the smokes. Wolves playing well not to actually allow TEC to contest them inside that dark cover. The smokes will eventually fall off. Spring on one side, the rest of the team on the other, but here's the hero rifle quickly shut down by the other side. Shots left and right, and it will net them. The spike planter going down, everything going the side of Wolves. Yosemite have already found a double. And that is the round over. The spike detonates, a couple of players go down, and Wolf closer and closer to sealing this one off. Now 2 rounds in the lead and 4 away from a 2-0 win.
Yeah, this momentum's really starting to pick up, and it was already looking very, very clean, but right now, Wolves just look so confident in their placement. They knew that that was working. Whenever you are, like, activating fastly and that early on for a complete sell, you know you have conditioned your opposition so well. You know that you have made Titan Esports Club play very proactively on the A side, and it's valid why. I mean, the previous round, they played very defensively at the back of site. Glacier just uses fast lane and walks into the site, gets most of it clear. Titan Esports Club look at that and go, well, okay, we need to play more aggressive. We need to be up further into the site. But Wolves have already got that read, and now Titan Esports Club, they've only used 1 timeout so far. They will have another. But this needs to be very, very pivotal, because right now Wolves, I think, are playing against a team that they would categorize as solved.
Yeah, unfortunately for TEC, that's something that we're talking about from map 1. Didn't really come out with a fleshed out playbook. And that I would consider like an indictment on TEC, because other teams were spending time acclimatizing players into their lineup, seeing where they're gonna fit, maybe even adjusting some of those roles. TEC should have had that in their pocket. They should be fleshing out their playbook in the off-season. But neither really looked to be the case, right? It just has to be that. I hate to be a bit overly critical, but unfortunately for TEC, outside of individual moments of brilliance, they seems to be bankrupt on a tactical level. For a team that got 3 coaches and an analyst, doesn't really hold too well now, does it?
Oh, there is potentially that too many cooks scenario, and that's kind of the feeling that maybe just the playstyles are conflicting, that you're not able to find anything. And look at just how confident this was. There was a positioning set up from Haodong with the judge. There was 3 members on this C site, but if you look at those big blue X's, those mark the spots, the corpses of fallen Titan Esports Club members, and you've got absolutely nothing there. I mean, how much damage in total? About 50 odd split over Darien and Yosemite. I mean, not much at all, considering you're missing 3 players. That was Titan Esports' buy. The operator at least going to get carried on to round number 18, but you were kind of hoping there, if you were Dynamite, to do something similar to what Glacier did, which is get an op shot onto, well, in this case, the only duelist, to deal with that Neon and therefore kind of hobble Wolves' attack. But if you're just playing that confident, if every angle's being that accounted for, then you really are going to find yourself struggling. And Dynamite maybe counting his lucky stars that Spring doesn't find him with the operator, but Dynamite could, and Dynamite could in fact not save it as Glacier scouts him out. Coco good for 1, but I'm certainly know who's happy with that trade.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Wolves are flying right now, and unfortunately for TEC, doesn't really appear there's much more for them to do. And especially that take that you were talking about, this part right here, right? All the kills coming through from the side of Wolves. And they even know their assignments. Like, they walk in, take the left side, play by the platform, make sure to clear garage with their teammates after they deny any flood into the site. And that conditioning works again. 4 players from TEC early on at A-Long, and the second time that they're sold on. Yes, they're more proactive this time around, but the question is, are Wolves ready? And it seems to be an emphatic yes. They're holding that smoke, waiting for it to fall off. They can Blade Storm on 1 player. They gotta be careful of it. Here it is, the Jet with 2 kills, and it is explosive from Dynamite. TEC holding on the reins, low HP on the remaining few. Hunter Series coming in. That doesn't net them many kills. At least it allows them to have a clean exit and a chance for a kill. Not gonna be the case. Yosemite finds 1, and now he's left against 3. One of them got the rifle. The other few could have won through from Garden, but instead chose to play for time instead. So all the odds are that their numbers advantage is going to be the difference maker. Yosemite is not going to have a lockdown. No utility remaining. Needs to take a duel early, but they're not giving it to him here, Medante. They're taking the long approach.
Doing exactly kind of how Wolves did this retake previously, right? Very patient. You've got plenty of time on that spike for a reason. Yosemite, though, getting a bit close. A bit too opportunistic. And he gives his life away for free. Gets caught out by the oil drone. Maybe not expecting it to have the lifespan that it does. But either way, that is going to be a small mistake. Enough for one of Titan Esports to get themselves a round converted. And that is a thrifty done, which is a big deal for them. But Hunter's Fury invested Blade Storm in it as well. So there is 2 big ultimates no longer available for the side of Titan Esports Club. And if you look at the ult cycling coming through from Wolves, Titan are not out of the woods just yet. Spectacular performance with the lower buy, matching Wolves' kind of aggression. But they'll need to do it a couple more times before they have any hope, or before they are allowed any sort of comfort here.
Yeah, the hopes, at least for now, not really in the hands of TEC unless Dynamite on that operator finds value. This time around, they break the conditioning. This time around, they expand into short. Not much spotted on the other side, but the retreat is the problem, because this wall is going to go down. Not before they actually get away safely. So they know it's going to be a replaying towards C, but that high-low could have been doom for Spitfires. Luckily enough, gets away with his life, and it's going to be a second time of asking. Lovely stuff from Dynamite. And Spitfires from one duelist to the other, holding down the fort for TEC. No way back for Wolves and no way forwards either. Thanks to that ultimate from the Waylay, but it doesn't actually find much. Was waiting to see if they're gonna aggress or not, but that's not gonna be the case. And look how far Dynamite has gone. Now their play is forced. Their hand has got to be sent towards C long, but even then, Spitfire seems to have some X-ray on. The second kill through a smoke in this round. And all Dynamite has to do is just to hold that one line and let the rest of the team handle the rest.
That's a big panic. That's a massive panic from Wolves. Aluba, I'm not sure what the comm would have been, but the Hunter's Fury to try and steal a frag, I guess, for the side of Wolves. But yeah, not going to be the case, not going to find any value. And now, suddenly, the convergent paths as well, though, from Spitfires also used. So basically no massive ultimates for Titan Esports Club to kind of either shut down or do a retake onto a site. All the big pivotal utility has been expended here, but Wolves kind of similarly so. The overdrive really for Glacier is what you would need, and then the Viper's Pit / lockdown typically, at least in this sort of setup and in this playstyle, going to be used more for killing time once the plant has been dealt with. However, as I said, that Hunter's Fury being expended by TEC already means that the lockdown is going to go down without much of incident. Yosemite should be able to at least get some level of value, but Titan Esports Club really starting to get more confident, taking more space on the map, and Wolves even seeing it, opting for the timeout here from Alex.
Yeah, great timing also on that timeout itself. And we've seen that now, what, for the third time? The first time around was when they were actually playing on the Eco, and Dynamite got a couple of kills. Second time around, they were not scared to take in that duel, even though it didn't pan out the best initially, but they're able to play it out from there. And unfortunately for them, third time seems to be the charm for the TEC side, now closing in on the game. And that's the thing that I was talking to you about, right? The attack from this Viper composition cannot really have any cracks in it. You'll need to hold those lines of defense, and unfortunately for you, it really depends on how you're going to be positioning your Sentinel, right? When you're playing that Killjoy, how much value are you getting out of that sentry and out of the alarm bot to close out those places? And I thought that the Killjoy is going to be better suited for that, but apparently they're using the Killjoy utility in another way this time around, a little bit better. I already like the setup as it is, but apparently TEC seems to be matching fire with fire, with Spitfires ready to take on the initiative against that A-lobby take.
Yeah, okay, the lockdown being played around here, Titan Esports Club very much making the call of the lockdown's going to be used proactively. It's going to be used to take a lot of space, and that's exactly what's happening. Speaking of space being taken already, we see the first nade go down the fast lane. Just a big thing of blue on Spitfires. He hasn't lost his PC or anything, but just in case Yosemite trying to force the space means he gives up his life. Spitfires in a 2-for-1 here, but that's a lot of utility dealt with. Both the overdrive and the lockdown already managed. Lucas as well now trying just to steal a little bit more with the shock dart. Spring gonna be able to dodge most of it. Takes a little bit more damage done, and the lurk actually up from Dynamite yet again. We talked about all this space being comfortably taken, and that's exactly what he's done. Now no rotates can come through but past this door without him having something to say for it, and Wolves maybe just kind of stuck here to walk onto the A site, which we know Vol would not end well for them in most circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, Hadong's already there. It's a 3-player stack. Graffiti before was the bane of TEC when they were playing on attack. It's another Omen in that same position. I don't like the double up though. That is where things could go wrong. Thankfully, Howlong is able to handle himself solo on backside, and the trip is gonna deny any opportunities for Luba, who's gonna only walk in death's door. Great work from Dynamite. Double dishes from TEC. And while the timeout have netted them the right ideas, just a really good read from the TEC side, and Spitfire's doing so well there from the corner.
Yeah, indeed. Yosemite trying to kind of force this space, and not necessarily sure what he thought he was going to be able to get away with that. Even if he does manage to get into that spot, the utility just gets thrown onto him. He just gets kind of suffocated with it. So a little bit overzealousness there, maybe a little bit of panic, not realizing maybe a little bit late that Titan Esports Club had the read on you and knew what your execute was going to be. But Wolves undeterred. They're going to try the exact same thing. The paranoia is stunning work. No frag though means that it's going to have to be a refract, and Darian and Glacier punishing Lucas and Spitfires, already getting onto the site, and Titan Esports is really, really aggressive defense not working out for them here.
Yeah, this time around, Wolves got the read. They got the answer. Yosemite couldn't find the kill. Oh, if Coco found that second, then there would have been a real chance for Dynamite. Now, 1-on-4, operator only in hand. There's a rifle that's not that far off, but he knows even going for it is a bit risky. Still, we are at that time that you need to not be risk averse. Dynamite goes forward. If he found that kill, different story. Now, he just has to concede. The finances are there for his team. It was all about denying 11, but it seems to be too tall of an order. And Wolves, not only fighting their own rounds, but also fishing a bit for Dynamite. But I like the way that they're doing it. They're not overly aggressive. They're not giving Dynamite any easy kills. But Spring will hear those footsteps, and we'll just be able to get away one for free. That's the op out of the round, and perhaps the biggest problem for Wolves in that entire campaign out of their hands pretty quickly. I don't know if they have enough, but I would assume there's enough money to bring a second operator here.
I think it's going to have to be a little bit of a clutch factor, a little bit of a hero rifle, but I do think, completely agree with you, Volt. I want to say very quickly that from the shadows as well, being used to perfection just to catch that timing out from the rotate back from A long as the disengage. So really nice use of the from the shadows, and I typically do love pointing out whenever that ult's used to good effect, because a lot of teams, a lot of players do struggle with it. It sits in the back pocket for sometimes, you know, 7 or 8 rounds. Without any value, so just getting any sort of use out of it, very, very solid. And yeah, Titan Esports Club have got the read on what Wolves had done. I mean, it was a fairly obvious play to go for the Killjoy lockdown on round number 19, but we did just see it play out, or round number 20, sorry, but we just seen it play out there. Wolves are not going to be deterred over one play that's been read or over one play that they didn't fully execute. They're more than happy to do it again. They're more than happy to run it back. And Titan Esports Club, I think the big thing they have to really put their hopes into, all the eggs have to go into the basket of, well, the divergent path is actually pretty close to being up in power again, so you might have survived just long enough to get some of the ult economy looking more stable.
Yeah, speaking of that ult economy, look at TEC. The ultimates that they have don't really change the case of the round. For Wolves, though, they have an ultimate to take a site and an ultimate to retain it. And this is where the second operator from Dynamite is everything. They cannot allow them the proximity of this A site. But unfortunately for them, even if they try, it might not be that biggest degree of success. The wall allows all of Wolves to cross in towards short. From there, they could ult to go back towards the B side if they want to, but it seems to be that the A side is where they want to go, but Dynamite locks down one line of sight, and they'll have to go into the A side itself. That smoke keeps Dynamite caged. He's going to be pressed on the other side. Paranoia from one, pushed from the other. They trade that kill, but not before Lucas goes in towards Hell, and he's the one to smite down the opposition. But Aluba actually holds it down. 2-on-2 in the end. The timing could have been perfect, but Spitfires couldn't find either. Now, he will need to be the distraction to allow Howdong to activate.
Oh, but he's been read. Aluba has a feeling. Aluba's really dancing and jigging because of it. Beautiful stuff to shut down Howdong, a player that's always been ready and waiting. The refract not going to be used, the light speed, the dash, but the low HP from Darian is just a rabbit bunny hopping across the firing line. All a distraction at such low HP, played to phenomenally. And a little bit there of a slow response from Titan Esports Club there. It is distracting when you've got a player literally bunny hopping across your screen, but had the shots came out just that little bit more confidently, might have been a different story. But this from Aluba, nothing short of perfect. The awareness is there, and Wolves on to match point.
Well, this is it then. TEC did all they could to close out the game. This time, a change from Dynamite. Likely one, actually. And they're going to pivot away from the A side after how successful the operator has been, but it didn't really pan out the right way. A couple of crucial misses from Dynamite. He's done well, but sometimes you need that shot that will change the equation. Haodong is unaccounted for. Hunter's Fury is not going to find him initially. Neither will it find him the second time of asking, but pretty much the entirety of this round now is in the hands of one man, Lucas. Opposite of where Spitfires was the last time. But Spitfire had help. This time around, all in the hands of Lucas, and Yosemite is just gonna run and gun him down. A drive-by. Nets Wolves, what is enough to close off that round? A pit there for Spring. I want to use it a bit more offensively. Yes, exactly like this. Close off one side. Now you got Graffiti, you got the door to spawn. And that round feels like it's really unattainable for TEC. Still got an operator in play. There's a convergent pod, but how can they break through Modante? The ultimate needs to find at least 2 kills behind it.
It's all down to the paranoia from Coco here, but where do you even make it kind of work? The convergent pass, what a sidestep. Aluba just let Spitfires past. He knows the rest of his team's got him covered. Yosemite with the refrag, and there's no flash here anymore. The paranoia has been survived. Dynamite not with an operator, not at that distance, not even a chance. And Wolves confident 2-0 over Titan Esports Club. A little bit more of a breath of life for Titan on Haven, but that wasn't even their map pick, and Sunset really looked like so much to be asked for. So many gaps, and you highlighted it, Volts, with 2 head coaches and or 3 head coaches and an analyst. Apologies. It does seem like there may be too many cooks, and that Titan Esports Club, they have all of these surface level plays, but they don't have the capacity, they don't have the space to narrow them down and learn the in-depth intricacies of any specific individual strat.
Well, while the walls of TEC can be one thing, this is a sign of life, as you said, some life for a team that have not found a win for 170 days. The curse ends now. Alex R ushered in a new age for Nova, and now ushering in a new era for Wolves, a team that deserves all the glamour for today. Of course, you'd have to sing the praises of Darian all throughout this one, but I'm actually gonna give it over to Spring, right? Like, a lot of new faces coming in towards him and Yosemite. A change in structure, a coach, a couple of new players. Yes, Darian has got a wealth of experience, and he's been one of the better players, I'll definitely say, when he was having his time in Bleed. But this is such a good look from them. I'm really happy with the way that Wolves are playing this one out, and I gotta say, gorgeous jersey for stage 2. I really love the purple. It's an absolutely beautiful bit of flair, and we've seen a lot of flair in the server itself, which is one of the things that was the identifying quality of Wolves. And it's great to see that even if they change some of their members, still they're picking up the players that really fit the lineage of what Wolves is as an organization, if that makes sense.
No, it absolutely does. If there's one thing, Wolves are wanting to carry the torch of the playmakers, the explosive shocks, but we're going to hear how they carry that with our very own Vidos for the interview.
本场比赛的胜利，今天我们邀请到了 Spring 选手、揭幕战以及手上，哇，真的是太震惊了！今天大家的发挥都非常好，先来分享一下心情。
Right now, in this moment, happy we haven't won a match.
非常的开心嘛，因为我们也好久没有
Feeling quite excited.
然后有点激动嘛，现在。
是的，我相信这一战一定是对。
There's been a lot of roster changes, so you probably haven't had a long time to prepare. What are your thoughts on the current iteration of the Wolves roster? Has anyone surprised you? He says all his teammates have surprised him. He thinks Darian has done very well. He's really, really good.
Were
you guys hyped up after his ace for map 1? He says everyone was very excited, everyone was cheering for Darian. After that round, they had to tell each other they had to calm down and be cool for the next round. On map 2, the other team was playing a double duelist, which is pretty good in this version. Did you feel any pressure from the other team because the score was pretty close for that map? He says on defense, at first they were a little bit at a loss for what to do because the double duelist was very explosive. And then later they were able to adjust. How do you think you locked down that map? What was like the key element? He says the third round on attack for the bonus, after getting that round, everyone's mental went up by a lot. You've been on Wolves for a long time. What is your role on Wolves right now? Has there been any change? He says in terms of changes, he's got more responsibility on the team now. He loves his teammates very much and he thinks they're all very good. It's been 160 days since your last game win. That must mean a lot to the team. Is there anything you want to say to anyone after that game or to the fans? He says thank you very much to the fans for all the support, no matter how we're doing. He's very grateful to the fans who stuck with them, and they will try their best for the future to keep winning and keep improving. That's the end of the interview. They're going to take a picture and then it'll be time for prize draw.
Apologies, did say BDOS, but it is our very lovely moon. Thank you so much for the translation. And yeah, I mean, Volt, we've got quite a bit to talk about here. Wolves potentially looking to reclaim what made them so ubiquitously known in the first place.
Yeah, and you know, Wolves in that run in Toronto came in the scene by storm a little bit. So it is great to see that they're actually taking their time, not trying to replicate what unfortunately was a flash in the pan in the very end, but no, they're building the standards of what the team can be. And that's the most important thing for me here when I see this lineup, because I feel like they're definitely building something that can last them a couple of years. Like, right, when you think about players as young as Glacier, Aluba, of course, coming back into the fold is going to be a little bit older, but there's still like a lot of years, I'll definitely say, in the rest of the team when I think about them as a whole, right? I think that Yosemite's only 24, if I'm not mistaken, and even when I'm talking about Aluba as if he's like some ancient history, the guy's only 25 years of age, guys, you know, like there's definitely still like a lot of mileage in the entirety of the team. Like most of them are in their early 20s. So you can definitely build a foundation for a couple of years and basically establish what Wolves are supposed to be. And, you know, a lot of people talk about that in football, and I feel like it doesn't show up in Valorant enough, which is why I think that the scene is in that much flux, right? That you usually see teams not really bring an identity that is stretched throughout multiple cores. And the fact that Wolves is doing that is so good for their own individual results, because now they're going to be attracting a specific criteria of players, but also for the organization, because they're going to be bringing up a team that, you know, as you can tell, love clutching up, have a very good foundation tactically. And I think that the playstyle that they've shown us here, especially more on Sunset than this Haven, is going to pan out a lot better internationally in comparison to teams like EDG, XLG, and AG that we've seen both in like Santiago and all throughout the year, just maybe being a little bit subpar. Yes, they did well in Masters, at least for XLG and EDG, but I still want to see a little bit more out of them, right? I still think that there's more of a ceiling that those CN teams are going to eventually reach once we get to the point that they're able to stretch their wings entirely by a higher standard of competition. And speaking of those standards, let's see what they are setting on that side.
包点收了吗？包点 ，nice， 差不多，直接是拆吧。我拆了，太臭了！你们这个 A 我闻到了。哇！去警家前面扛压。玩子2个。好。可以开吗？俊廷。都是我们。玩子孩子，我看警家，我补。我们两个架警家，我们两个知道。我跟教授控。好。说吧，没见。待会儿再。西大没有。待会儿25。不急。打实力就好了。换左边5吧，听到了。还有。别拿枪，也能道具。CD。哦，我多时间了。好 ，nice， 打得好，这样结巴了，兄弟们。结巴了。想说改一下夹 C。好 call。那左边。穿。会死一个，去看。没拆。啊！我看4点，我时间跳了。包点野里，大里。别，时间。
And here we go, we're just getting a look at the stats. And yeah, Yosemite, to be honest, really rocking up. And we were, you highlighted it earlier, Volt, in terms of, we've seen definitely DRG come through, but also Aluva as well. Basically, every single one of these players really did show up individually. We talked about that, right? That this might be individual playstyle more over than like set strats and kind of executes, but Wolves showing that they have both. And I want to just kind of really highlight on the point that you mentioned with this working more on an international stage, which is with XLG and kind of DRG doing okay at Masters, but maybe probably falling short at least of my expectations and probably a few other people's as well. I was quite concerned that we might see these teams replicate XLG, try and become like XLG 2.0, do what XLG did because it got them that far, but Wolves in particular very much sticking to their own brand, their own identity, and it's much nicer seeing a team with confidence in their own setups and in their own identity to try and make that work rather than become a lesser composition of another team, of another roster that made it further than you and therefore, subsequently are better. But if you try and pursue that, you lose your identity. So Wolves keeping this up is very, very refreshing to me.
Okay, can I just say something? And I'm gonna go on a tangent here. Of course, for Wolves, this game a lot more competitive thanks to TEC's getting more first bloods, and I really want to highlight. I was going to talk about Dynamite, but I feel like Spitfires is a massive improvement there for TEC, right?
Yeah.
Their duality, especially with them both being on a duelist, is a lot better. Even on the defense, really, you could tell that both of them were a lot more comfortable. Even if the operator perhaps didn't pan out as well as it did in the final 2 or 3 rounds. But it did unlock a new dimension of Spitfires that we did see here that we didn't see in map 1. But back to the tangent. You were talking about the identity of XLG. They're a team that has an identity. What the hell is DRG's identity anymore? I don't even know, right? They're switching up the roster again.
Yeah.
But I feel like it's just, hey, like Vokushu and Co. At that point.
You took the words right out of my mouth, because that's what I think DRG currently have, is just Vukashu and Co. and then kind of running it through. But at the moment, that is going to be everything from us. Of course, it is not the end of the season. We've got another good best of 3 getting sorted, good to go. It's Billy, and actually, I cannot remember. Volt, do you know who we've got that's supporting Billy?
You know who I'm talking about. Yes, DRG are up next.
DRG.
And let's see if things are actually going to be any better for them, because they've made a couple of changes, right? Now, they got Nick in the fold. They also got Verse. We'll let Crafty and Tank talk about it a little bit later. That is it for us. And a big thank you, guys, for everybody who's tuned in at this earlier start time. But it's not going to be too long until the next best of 3. So from there, guys, go have a brief break. Get your snacks ready, because it's about to be a cracker for the second series.
Baby, you're my
monster inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he goes mean. He gets caught real big, pissed off quick, and if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gore, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for the party. And if you start shit, you be hard lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
Welcome back to Project Horizon, and with that, VCT China Stage 2. It's day 1. We already had a lot of action, and we do a little bit of a switch up here with the casters. My name's Crafty, and by my side is the lovely Tank. Once again, it's the two of us. How are you doing today?
I am doing great. I had a lovely time watching the first series that Volt and Madante brought to us. Wolves looked good, especially on Sunset, and then Haven was a bit shaky. I don't want to talk about it too much. But it's bringing some sort of spice into the stage already, and we're just on the opening day. And that is a topic I want to talk about when we take a look at our series, which is going to be DRG against BLG. Talking about bringing the spice, Crafty, what do you think about this matchup?
Yeah, isn't that supposed to be a banger? DRG versus BLG, but I'm not so sure anymore. I mean, both these teams been struggling quite a bit in these recent year, maybe, even to put it, even though DRG made their way onto Masters, they didn't look that promising going out with an 0-2, but we're going to talk about that later. I mean, it is, on paper, supposed to be one of the matchups in VCT China, but yeah, so far both these teams seem to look like sort of for their identity. I mean, we heard Volt talk about it. What is DRG even at this point? New roster changes. It's basically Vukashu and Co. And on the other side, it seems to be like it's Nef and Co, with the only exception that Nef didn't really manage to pull the weight of the team into playoffs last stage.
Funny that you're already mentioning those two, because we have a funny controller duel going on here with Vukashu putting up numbers that are crazy and Nef trying to do the same to make it work for his team. One funny thing I want to mention about this series, do you recall who played in the final of Stage 2 2025, Crafty?
Funny that you asked. Could it potentially be DRG versus BLG?
It could be. And both of these teams then qualified to champs in Paris last year, which was a whole different story. Both of these teams got grouped. Both of these teams got eliminated by the first chance they got. And both of these teams had trouble showing up internationally in VCT events ever since then, with BLG not even making it to another international and DRG struggling. I mean, they were at Masters London and the only map they won was against a team of their home region. That has to be a bummer when you're DRG.
Yeah, and I mean, for both of these teams, this is sort of their last chance to really make anything out of this year, right? Champions are on the line once again, and they're sitting on 4th and 5th place respectively regarding championship points right now, being, I think, like 5 or 4, 6 points off of AG, who are sitting in 3rd right now. So there's quite a long road to take, but let's look at the team of DRG today. We've been talking about him a lot. Vukashu, he's been the player to sort of guarantee DRG any life in this last stage, with Life, Nick, Spirit, and now Verse rounding out the composition. Most importantly, they did drop or bench Flexin, so Nick is back in that IGL position, and Verse the one to complete it. The new player coming in with no real accolades so far.
I mean, Verse played with DRG in the Evo series twice, but that was everything we found about him. These are their enemies with Rusha, K-Knight, Nef, YZ, and FT. Another new face coming up here, coming from the academy team of BLG. And I do want to talk about the changes that both of these teams have been making, because when I first read about them, I was like, okay, they are gonna use this stage 2 to stabilize a bit and get ready for 2027. And then I watched the series that Wolves played, who also made quite a lot of changes, and they looked amazing. So maybe these changes are coming in just at the right time for both of these teams. I am so thrilled to see if DRG or BLG can show us a bit of a surprise today.
Most importantly, another important change, though, for the side of BLG is that head coach change, right? We've seen Mogul being transferred over to Titan Esports Club. Not really too much success in their opening match against Wolves, but he has been replaced at BLG after only one stage and kickoff respectively by a coach that doesn't really have to show a lot historically, right? So it's a bit weird to see Annex coming in. Yes, they also brought Balex in as the analyst, but I'm not quite sure whether those changes are actually supposed to help them reach champions. We do have the two new players as well on our screens. You mentioned them already. FT being promoted from the academy team versus being another rookie here on the stage for the side of DRG. Are these changes enough for you to actually make a difference compared to their stage 1 performance, especially for the side of BLG?
I think it's interesting that both of these teams are bringing in players that tend to play agents that are really block heavy, not only Sentinels, but also the Viper coming in and the Phoenix. With the hot hands, with the WOL, you have a lot of block potential. And I think that is what both of these teams are trying to go for. We have to talk about the group a little bit because we are still in Group Omega. And in comparison to Group Alpha, this feels like it could be very interesting. XLG is pretty much set for me on the first place if they don't screw up completely. And then there's a lot going on. This feels like Group Alpha in the last stage where everything was possible. All of the teams qualified were on a 3-2 record or TEC. That was interesting, and I feel like this could happen again in this Group Omega in stage 2.
Yeah, it's certainly going to be interesting to see. We do have the skirmish on your screens. It is FT versus Spirit. See if I see correctly. Yes. And so FT not only being a rookie on stage, he immediately gets thrown into a skirmish. It at least shows that they're trusting his aim for now.
Yeah, absolutely. FT being a new face, you already briefly talked about Annex and his experience. He had a very brief showing at JDG once in 2024, but I believe that was only for one stage. And except for that, he has been coaching Challengers teams thus far, Academy teams, but hasn't really established himself as a VCT coach. So I think it's going to be interesting if he can manage to set a new base for himself in this stage.
Yeah, so with that skirmish at least under the belt, we will have a map veto soon. I'm actually interested to see what we have going on here because to me, both these teams have a bit of a complicated map pool. Problem. Let's put it this way. DRG only have like two good maps really. On the side of BLG, we've only as well seen them struggle with a lot of maps. One of their best maps has been Pearl, who rotated out. So is that a problem that especially a new coach might tackle immediately? We will see. Summit, I was hoping to get a Summit on day one, but we do not get it as DRG are getting rid of it in the first rotation.
Yeah, it was a bit expected that we are not going to see a lot of teams going for the Summit pick immediately. They might as well need some more time to get that set. The maps we are going to see are Haven and Lotus, which is feeling a lot like I feel like the spring of last year, where every team kind of pivoted to picking these maps. It feels a bit outdated, but it's coming back. I'm not the biggest fan.
Don't you like 3-spot maps, Tank?
I do not hate 3-spot maps. This is not what I wanted to say, but I feel like this veto led a bit to all of the teams shaking hands that they're picking those, and everyone had a good time, except for very, very...
except for you.
Except for me and JDG, I think. But I'm not the biggest fan, and I hope that with the weeks passing by, we're going to see Summit, we're going to see Sunsets being back, we're going to see Ascent, we're going to see maps that are a bit more pacey than Lotus and Haven.
However, I kind of do feel like this map veto does actually favor DRG so far. I talked about DRG only having like 2 good maps, and those were Haven and Lotus. So I'm a bit surprised that we actually get to see both of them, guaranteed with Ascent being the decider, as we are heading into this beautiful arena here in Changsha. Once again, the stage is set for both these teams, and in a group like that, with what seems to be a reinvigorated Wolves esports as well, an opening match against a candidate like DRG or BLG for both of them seems to be very important.
Absolutely, you want to get a good start in a group like this, and you absolutely want to avoid playing rock, paper, scissors with your enemy, just as what we saw in stage 1 in Group Alpha. I feel like getting a good start and getting a follow-up series going is gonna put a lot of these teams in a solid position for playoffs, and it's going to be so important to get there, to get your points, to get your wins in, because it's champs on the line for all of these teams. And if you're not EDG or XLG, you have to put up a big fight to make that happen.
Yeah, just as a little reminder, 2 things. First of all, every group stage win is another championship point as well, right? So even racking up these wins during group stage will matter in the long run for the qualification of champions. And there is no group stage elimination in stage 2. So even if you end up last, you can still make it to champs. Theoretically, I mean, you would have to turn it around quite a bit, but there is no group stage elimination, as there will be another play-in stage as well, with challengers teams coming up as well. I mean, we have that in every region, but this, of course, changes the whole dynamic of this stage 2 quite a bit.
Yeah, but still you want to get the seeding advantage. As the last seed of your group, you have to go up against the challengers teams first. And I think for all of these teams, it is gonna be a goal to dodge those matches. Because let's face it, that is putting a lot of pressure on you. You don't want to lose those. And coming in as a challengers team there, it is such a big chance to get the win, to present yourself as a player, as a team, and it's going to put so much pressure on the VCT teams that you definitely don't want to end on the last seed of your group.
Yes, we see BLG head onto the stage. The crowd certainly excited for this matchup. We are too. To me, this seems to be a bit of a coin flip, though. I don't know how you feel about it. It's hard for me to really put out a favorite here. This could either be a 2-0 for either side, or just a super close 3-mapper. What do you expect to see here?
I do have some sort of the same expectations for this match as I had for the first series, being Wolves against TEC. We don't know enough about the changes that have happened to really be sure who's gonna have the advantage, and I'm with you. This is either gonna be a very fast 2-0 or a very, very long, hard-fought series that is going to a decider. I think there's nothing in between today.
Here we see the team huddles. I'm very excited for the agent select, even though I don't expect there to be crazy changes from both these teams. I mean, we have seen BLG pick up the Phoenix in the past on Haven. I mean, it is a pick that Medante and Wolf were also talking about in the previous matchup, that it's just been ubiquitous to pretty much any map at this point, because he's just so flexible, just so good as this secondary duelist. However, BLG did play a solo duelist Phoenix, and I'm not entirely sure whether that's the way to go here on a map like Haven.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, on Haven, he's very much established. You already mentioned that. But going to Lotus, I don't think Phoenix is going to be an agent to think about, because the lanes just work a lot different compared to Haven, where you do have the fight towards Garage, you do have A short. These are all very short lanes where you can work with your Phoenix utility. I think on Lotus this is going to be harder, but we're going to see changes on Lotus, I think, as well, since we had BLG, for example, playing the solo duelist Waylay. I think that shouldn't be an option today.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. I mean, in the end, it's probably gonna be Bokashu on a Cypher. I can tell you that. Ooh, and there we go. Surprise! No, not really. But we do get quite a bit of changes, and something that we have to talk about as well, of course, with Flaxen dropping out, you kind of had to wonder who's gonna step in as the new smoker for the side of DRG. It is now confirmed to be Verse on the Omen. They do go for the double duelist with Waylay and the Neon. So that is pretty much the same comp that they were running previously on Haven.
This looks interesting still, especially since the comps are quite different. They are going to be pacey in different ways, I think. Bringing in the Phoenix is always going to be a surprise factor, but by now it's... How do I put that? A known surprise factor. You never know how this Phoenix is going to work out on the map, but you know he is going to show up eventually. I do like that the teams are still sticking with Neon Waylay at some points, but I feel like it's going to be a lot harder than what we saw in stage 1, just because of the changes that occurred to both of these agents.
Yeah, I mean, especially for the side of BLG, the changes are quite visible. I mean, to have them go for this double duelist comp, to also put Rushia on the Neon is something that I do believe we haven't seen so far. I mean, he used to be that Sentinel player. YZ previously was the one on the Phoenix on this map. He now switches over to the Chamber, and FT, the new guy on the roster, taking over the Phoenix duty. Certainly an interesting switch here.
Yeah, this could bring chaos, but this could also be a fix to some of the problems BLG has been facing. We see DRG taking some space in mid. The position under window always has to be checked late round if you don't hold that space immediately, but BLG isn't looking to go anywhere towards B. They are heading towards A, and that spot is completely clear at the moment.
They're running in open doors on A side. There's just this tripwire that they now spotted. It could be a fast retake though if DRG decide to do so. Spike has not yet been planted, and immediately they take Heaven control using that Trailblazer to spot out what seems to be Naf behind the center box. Rushia in a great position to get an early attack on towards Haven. The retake does take its time here for DRG. Now with the flash dropped out, but immediately taken down his life by YZ. The crossfire is good, but Nick gets 2 more kills, making this an even trade. But Knight is there for the rest of BLG. Nick has no chance all by himself in Heaven. It's a pistol round for BLG.
Oh, this looked lovely. I mean, the execute was nice, and then you kind of have to deal with everything that's happening so fast. The flood retake, certainly something you have to worry about when you find a spot being that left open. Nick is doing some work, but then the double up from K-Knight is fixing everything for BLG. A pistol round on the board, and now a weapon advantage coming into round number 2.
Once again, it seems to go for that early A lobby control. 2 smokes invested here towards A lobby from either side to make sure that there's not a lot of space taken, as DRG are huddling around B side, sort of hoping that this might become the late move towards it, but they're now using all 5 of these members to push out. This could certainly be a bit of a surprise, but they do have the trademark in window still. And Lucia immediately gets the first one, spots the next 2, does go down, but YZ is there to help out as well. All 5 players know now for the side of DRG. And with that, the C side is completely open. Rest of the team of BLG can wrap around. Spike now recovered as well. With the check in garage, this will be a plant on towards C.
I feel like the 5-man B push is one of the most standard defender eco rounds we see on Haven, and BLG played this very, very defensive. They seem to be ready for the fight. Maybe not ready for the fact that Wukashu's dropping a double kill there, but still, 3 players alive, a spike plant down. This hasn't been going too bad for the side of BLG.
I mean, an easy second one for them. It is something to be expected, as you said, from these teams, especially during these ecos, but BLG handling it well. Will also have a pretty well-equipped bonus on their hands with a Vandal and 2 Bulldogs. Russia deciding to only go for that Sheriff. Once again, it is that fight towards A-Long. This time around, they do go pretty deep, though, on the side of DRG, and YZ finds the headshot with the Marshall. Versus Spirit Z. Good position from Neff there as well. But he does get taken out. Unlucky timing there on the smoke.
I don't know how the paranoia of Verse is not hitting YZ in that situation, but it is a trade in the end, Nick. And a cheeky position has to be clear, but Wukashu is being in the fight first, taking down Rushan. Now BLG has to think of another plan, and the plan is to go towards Garage onto that seaside where the whole Cypher setup is placed.
Yeah, use a hot hands to buy some space, but Wukashu snappy once again on the action, but the flash finds them both. FT gets the double kill. Nick there to trade at least. Makes this a 2v1 again. FT only 17 HP and a bit of a regen shield remaining. Needs a headshot here versus Verse, but it doesn't get it. DRG find the first round of the game, but a bit too close for comfort.
It is a bit of a weird round for BLG. Yes, they have the weapon disadvantage, so every damage they deal is nice. The round is always optional, but we start off with an A main fight that is going solid. Then you have Neff on the box, who's being cleared, which is putting BLG in a weird scenario because you're missing your smokes for the execute, and then you're being so far pushed back on the B side that you just rotate into a C spot where you know that there's probably a Cypher playing. This feels a bit like BLG felt like they were running out of options, but there was still so much time left on the clock. I feel like there was more possible for them. Spirit Z with a push in mid, but no follow-up, no teammate on his side, so he's an easy frag found for the side of BLG.
Does Wukashu gonna go for a peek here? It does seem like he's spotted. And Live has a sneaky position up in a lobby. It's a corner you should be checking as well, and they do. Live falls immediately. Nick taking that control of A short again. But this round could already be over, especially with the next frag for FT. Wukashu there for the trade. But still, quite the numbers advantage for the side of BLG as they still want to commit on towards A. It seems DRG with the wrong read.
Oh, the noise cancel of BLG is enough to have both of these DRG players rotating off of the A side, and now they have to try to get back in there, but only a paranoia in the hands of Verse. Everything else is not really a piece of utility you can consider in a retake, but they look like they want to try.
I mean, they certainly do have the weapons for it, but Wukashu goes down immediately. That paranoia from Verse didn't really do anything at all. And with that, he just takes the gun and leaves. BLG with a good start here on DRG's map pick. 3-1 lead. Economy somewhat washed up there for DRG. They will be able to buy next round, but every other round that they lose now will just be more problems for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like saving both of these weapons would have been the nicer choice, considering the money. Now Verse gets the frag onto YZ, so they get to keep at least this one rifle, but other than that, not really a lot of impact found in this round. They are being pushed back quite a lot, but not by the utility of BLG, but by the calling. I feel like BLG always has a nice idea to get to a site that is technically free. They don't have to use a lot of utility in their executes, and that leaves them with a lot of utility left over for the post plans.
Operator for DRG in the hands of Life. A new element and immediately successful. Finds 2 quick kills. Should be able to get out of that corner as well if he decides to, but not before he's taken another one. Nev through the smoke, and with that, the round just falls apart for BLG.
Oh, this feels a bit criminal. I just wanted to mention that Life is back on the Neon. Well, he wasn't technically taken off of the Neon. We saw him on the Chamber, I think, at Masters London, and I felt like Life was a lot more flexible with these agents, but now back on the Neon, I'm not saying that it was the Neon utility that got him this 3k, but maybe they have been working on the fact that Life needs to be a bit more cheeky and comfortable on his agent. And what are we seeing? BLG with the spike and spawn? I don't think they are looking to find footing on the site. They are trying to get the rifle through in the hands of FT. YZ is playing his ultimate, so he definitely has a chance to fight here, but look at the crossfire setup on B. I don't think he's going to be able to isolate one.
No, not quite. Varus there with the crossfire is just FT in spawn, hoping to get away with the last 10 seconds of this round. Does seem like they're not gonna push too far. But DRG strike back with just the operator from Life that basically decides the round. New life just brought back into them. Gun safe as it seems, but still more than enough money for the side of BLG, of course.
But this is perfect. I just mentioned how BLG always found a site without using too much utility. Now with the operator being online and being a known factor, they have to invest a lot more to gain space. And this is going to make the attack of BLG a lot harder than what we've seen in the first couple of rounds. The operator now in the hands of YZ as well, just played his ultimate, now has an operator online, but Live with another opening. YZ trading it out, but the position of Live still a dangerous one, but YZ has the shot.
Beautiful opening, and Rushi immediately brought down by Nick's operator, able to heal up Spiritsy as well. What a crazy start to this 6th round, as both these teams fight it out. An A lobby from the shadows could have been successful if it wasn't for Bukashu, who cancels it. It looks like it's going to be a late B hit. The site open for now, just a tripwire there in the way.
And the trip is going to be dealt with. WOL set and now an execute about to happen. The TP on the side, always a bit dangerous, but the plant is secured, and now you can play post with the utility left and the trapwire that you still haven't dealt with.
I mean, got rid of it now. Not that it really matters too much for them now. Another good shot by YZ. Bukashu found out the operators are working in their favor now. And with no smokes available to them, kind of difficult to really cross that. Go for the white swing. They take out Nev, but they still have to deal with YZ. In Windows, it's a good flash from FT. Forces them back again. No one really able to even go for the defuse. They do find the kills, but the round still goes to DRG.
Oh, this felt a bit
BLG,
awkward, to be honest. The operator on both sides, I understand why Nick is trying to save that, but bringing an operator into a 2v3 retake always feels a bit awkward. And then you have the run it back in the hands of FT, and he's just not using it to buy the time to help his teammate out, and that puts YZ in such an uncomfortable position in this window fight. This whole post plant was a bit weird.
I mean, they got away with it, but
how?
Had to lose all their guns for it. The next buy still decent for them. There's one Bulldog there. Wait, no one expects... I was about to say, someone has to watch that, right? With Spirit Z just creeping up on them. He is taken out. The dart immediately destroyed. But they do use the run it back to try to gain some space. But once again, it's the operator from Live. Do they want to face it? Once again, it doesn't seem like it, but the Spike is somewhat stuck in that little corner towards A Long. Now using the plays to get away, though. Numbers advantage. And it seems like it's just gonna be a noise cancel once more.
I just wanted to say a noise cancel once again, but DRG has learned their lesson. The operator still in place to hold that short angle, smoke towards long. A is still pretty much secure for DRG, and BLG, they feel it. They can smell that A is a dangerous spot to go to, even with DRG rotating back. They are so scared that BLG is just on another noise cancel again, while BLG, in fact, is taking space in Garage, now being known towards Garage due to the trap, but C is open, and we have the same situation going on. BLG is finding the gap once again.
But this time they also have YZ inserted on B, does get the kill onto Bukashin with that. Their best player taken out. The responser from Live opens up a path for Verz. But it's still a 3v4 disadvantage for DRG, and the operator not quite the weaponry that you would want to use for this retake. Do they want to go for the overdrive retake? No, they don't. They decide to save the guns and give this one away to BLG.
Oh, another save, another round where DRG has to think about the fact that they don't have quite enough money, especially Spirit Z is gonna have a rough time buying. Maybe they are gonna try to get the operator to another player and Live is gonna play the overdrive, but that is always a bit of a risk if he doesn't have a gun himself. But BLG, all in all, just look like the better team. Look like they are taking more time to be sure where they want to go, and it's working out so well. The awareness just a bit better. The aim better in most cases if they're not facing the operator of Live. And now we do see the first time out coming online from DRG, because this defense has been looking shaky.
Yeah. It is a bit of a weird game so far. We've seen a lot of saves from either side, because both these teams just getting these early advantages in the rounds they won. I mean, more so BLG, of course. I do quite like the push and pull that they've been using so far to disrupt the A defense. We've seen very fast rotations from the side of DRG in most of these rounds, where they heavily overload one side after this initial hit, and 2 times already it has cost them.
And I don't want to say this too soon, but I'm just gonna throw it in here. Wolves made a lot of changes and it worked, and now BLG is coming in here with a lot of changes, bringing in NX, bringing in FT, and they do feel a bit more polished, especially compared to Stage 1 and Kickoff, where they had rough showings. So maybe these changes have just been what the doctor ordered for Bilibili Gaming.
Yeah, you're correct. I feel like Stage 1, I would have seen this Bilibili roster just run onto A side no matter what. After this initial hit, they found the operator and be like, okay, let's still do it. But this time around, they seem to be a lot more methodical in their approach. Once again, it's a default from BLG and a heavy A push for the side of DRG, but it is expected by YZ. Does he expect more than just Nick, though? Spike is being transferred now with the trademark destroyed as well. They should know that something is up. No flash to pop out there, though. Could use the paranoia on the side of Verz. They're so close already. But BLG, they do realize that something must be going on. And now with the drone spotting too, this should be a quick B take again.
Yeah, you don't want to run into that. You want to run to another side. K-Knight has window and YZ has the support. Live finding another frag with the operator, but the damage already done. It's a 2v3 and both of these DRG players are splitted from each other. We might as well see another save here.
Yeah, I mean, there could be an operator to secure as well. Live does go for another kill. With a great stun versus K-Knight. If Fukasho finds 2, maybe this is a round for them to take, but now it's only Live versus 2. Does decide to go for it though, to at least wreak some havoc there onto B side, but it's a great flash by FT to secure the round. 6 on the board for BLG. The timeout not really paying off dividend.
I mean, YZ getting this opening frag because he's spotting the knee of the Sky player is a bit unlucky for DRG, but then again, it is a Sky, so you do expect a follow-up. You do not think that there is a Sky solo pushing a lane like A long or A short. So BLG, again, very methodical, always second-guessing what is happening. And I don't mean second-guessing in a bad way, but just very, very consistent in the way they play organized. This feels so much more organized than what we've seen in the last stage.
Yeah, already quite the improvement. It seems like the tour de force in place for YZ now. Does have to use the TP though, as they once again fight for a lobby control on the side of DRG. It has been their go-to behavior so far on these defenses, and Spirits finds a good opening. Good timing there out of window and garage, able to get out with the refract as well. Unable to pick up a weapon though. Still to be expected by FT. Clean shot there to take him out. Numbers advantage still secured for BLG as YZ is still battling it out versus Nick there towards a lobby. Live now on the side with the slide, gets 2. Could bring this close again, but it's only on 27 HP. And with Worst falling, this doesn't seem like a round for Live to win. He does spot the head of FT though, but has to fight versus Long now. YZ plays this so calmly. Taps the spike once and YZ doesn't buy it. YZ playing this so confident. What is going on? And then goes for the peak. Cold-blooded from BLG.
Absolutely. YZ's being the anchor they needed when Life seemed to be the player that could ruin a whole round for BLG. I don't know what happened to Life over the course of Masters London, but he seemed so much more comfortable, and now he's bringing it into this series as well. I feel like when BLG first signed Life into their roster, he couldn't show up as expected, but now 10 and 7, especially with the operator, pretty comfortable, still sitting on his overdrive, but there haven't really been a situation where he could use it, I feel like.
Yeah, these retakes always with the numbers advantage for the side of BLG so far. I mean, maybe that is exactly the situation where you would want to use an overdrive to create more chaos on side, but so far not really used by the side of DRG, as once again it's just a Mexican standoff in a lobby. Both operators miss though, and with the stun, space secured for Life. He does push out of the smoke as well. Pretty dangerous.
I mean, one operator against the whole of BLG. What could possibly go wrong except for losing the operator and having the overdrive on the ground once again?
Yeah, that paranoia comes a little bit too late. It's a great counter paranoia as well, together with the hot hands to force Nick out. No fast retake. Spike should be able to be planted. The crossfire is in position, but that's a great conversion path to flood in. Neff gets 2 though, and YZ still has his team's back once more. The neural theft coming in too late, and it's another one on the board for BLG.
I mean, imagine you had the possibility to combine your conversion path with an overdrive, that would have been lovely, but the overdrive was on the ground on long. I'm not the biggest fan of Live staying in that duel. I enjoy having those players like Live and like YZ being confident enough to take another fight when they lost the first one, when they missed the first shot, but not like this, not in a situation like that. When the half is coming to an end, you only have 2 rounds left for the side of DRG to make the play, to get back into the map and to make use out of your ultimates.
Yeah, so far it looks a bit disconnected from what we've seen on the side of DRG. It's their own map pick, but we've been talking about them in the past, at least, having very good showings on both Haven and Lotus. Right now it just seems like BLG do have the better end, as we see Vukashu, who DRG have been so reliant on in the past. Now 2 timeouts used already in first half, which could definitely bite them back in the second one.
This feels pretty uncomfortable for DRG. I mean, Haven has been going through a lot with the meta changes. The breach was gone, then we had the double controller is gone, we had the double duelist once again, and I feel like some teams still want to play this map the same way they used to a couple of months ago, a couple of years ago, and the proactivity from DRG is just not working out quite as they expected. Now we see them a lot more laid back, a lot more defensive, not taking any space, but leaving B completely open feels like a risk as well.
Yeah, especially given the fact that BLG, I feel like, have been playing default for the last 6 rounds, just waiting for DRG to run into them, to over-peak, to maybe be a bit too aggressive. They always sit out this initial push, waiting for them to make the move and then go for this late execute. This time around, they do find the C spot. It's been given up, but with the run it back, there could potentially be more space to be taken. FT is down, and now they do have an overdrive that they could potentially use, but YZ once again finds the kill in the middle, and Rushia with this sneaky spot takes out Live, pushes forward, gets Nick as well. Spike has not been planted yet, but DRG dismantled once again. It is Rushia's 3K that secures it. A flawless round for BLG.
I mean, after the timeout, when you have to play an eco, you are not expected to win that, but ending that round flawless for BLG, oh, it feels a bit desperate for DRG, especially with Rusha coming online with the triple kill. Very cheeky position, and then the fights taken from Plateau as well. He is coming online very slowly, and when YZ is getting some more support on top of that scoreboard, this could look even more desperate for DRG.
I mean, YZ has been looking so comfortable on this chamber so far. Always catching these late rotations. Always the flank secured. And with the fast lane and the Blaze invested to push towards B, they do get an insert with Nefs from the shadows, and that shot should have not been a miss. YZ take the second one with the Headhunter, able to take out Nick, but is traded by Verse. Still a 2v4 disadvantage once again for the side of DRG.
And a retake that has to be played with an Omen and a Cypher is not gonna be the most comfortable one. Both of these players in the CT smoke, and they're just gonna be sprayed down. Rusha with the first, and the overdrive immediately popped to run him down. Verse on the ground. It's a 10-2 for BLG.
What are we witnessing right now? I did not expect this kind of dominance from BLG after what we've seen from them in stage 1. Yes, it was a bit unfortunate how they dropped out of groups with the group of death and other teams advancing with the 2-3 score, but they certainly did not play to their fullest potential. This looks a lot more like the old BLG, and all it needed was to pick up a random coach who was previously already retired and struggling in Korean challengers. I didn't know.
I mean, I was was thinking about when I was prepping for this series, who's the team that has more to prove? Is it the team that couldn't show up internationally again, only getting the one map against a team from their home region? Or is it going to be the team that didn't even make it to the latest international VCT events? And when we're looking at this so far, it feels like BLG said, okay, we are the one who are going to prove that we are still in the conversation for international talents, for teams that can make it to these events and be a threat to other regions. I, again, don't want to say it too soon. This is just the first map we are seeing, and we've seen BLG with great starts and then not so great follow-ups in the past, but still, I said it once, this looks polished. This looks so well thought through, and I really hope for BLG that they can make this work on the second half as well.
I mean, this could be a quick haven for them as we see some stats from YZ again with the 364 ACS first. I mean, he's topping pretty much every number on the chart. With
There's
his 17
one
kills
round
as
where
well.
he didn't deal damage. One round.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a dominant YZ performance. If they can close this out, he's certainly gonna get player of the map. But DRG, they still do have an attack. Wish they could turn this around. But a bit of damage done by the shock dart early on here, though, from K9.
And the second shock dart being prepared. No damage found this time, but DRG are getting the feeling that this is going to be dangerous. 3 players already here for the side of VLG, and Life is in a chaotic situation, still finding a fight against FT. Vukashu taking down Rusha. This is going good for DRG. This is a start. This could be the round where they're finding back into this map.
They still have to deal with K9 somehow. Now they found him. Vukashu takes him out. Otherwise, could have been a problem for them. Neff, they're for one more, but the immediate trade is there. 3k for Vukashu. This is more like him. It's only YZ, 44 HP. 4 shots in the Headhunter. 4 players remaining. There is a chance, you could say. But I don't think he's able to break up this crossfire. It's looking right at him, and Vukashu has had enough. Vukashu has had enough.
Fine.
Taking matters into his own hands once again.
Fine, I'll do it myself, he said, and dropped a 4k in such an important pistol round. I talked about the fact that BLG has been second-guessing their approaches and their executes a lot in their attacking half, and now we're seeing the complete opposite on the side of DRG. They are facing a double shock dart, a smoke. You could basically smell a stack on this A side, and they're like, we're just gonna go through with it anyway.
And it worked. I mean, if they win, they're right. Correct?
Are they right? Did it feel right? I mean, at the end of the day, it still took a 4k out of Vukashu to make the round work.
Yeah, that is true. That is true, but that's what he's known for. Seaside complete. They open there for DRG as BLG fall back, and with that push and the refrag taken, they are actually going towards A now. They have no control over mid. Interesting decision. FT also inserted deep on a long. He does not get the kill. And the rotation also not quite caught here from K9. The weaponry. Too bad. Ooh, Neff, how did he survive that one? In the end, they still find him. Doesn't really matter. Round still secured convincingly for DRG.
I feel like DRG can be very, very glad to have a Sky on their team, because the damage dealt, especially from FT, wasn't that little, and you get the Sky, you get the heal back up, you can also heal those players who were in the fight with K-Knight, and so it looks a lot more convincing than it felt like, especially when DRG decided to go for the A hit.
Now it is the first buy though for BLG, of course. Bonus does look decent as well with 2 Vandals. BLG looking to, of course, secure their first defensive round now, but Vukasho finds an opening against the player that dominated the first half. Rushia as well drops to this B-side hit. C completely open with the neural theft invested there as well from Vukasho. Nev does get a pick, but life inserted deep into the enemy spawn. Vukasho found by K-Knight. How can they actually transition over towards C, especially with life covering it? It's Neff down as well. It's a 2v3. And I think they're just gonna save.
Yeah, this looks pretty much like a save. I was a bit worried with Vukasho taking the duel towards a player fighting solo in defender spawn. This could have gone horribly wrong for DRG, but they are finding their footing. They are finding a bonus round in this second half. They are gonna find a 5th. That's still 5 rounds between them and BLG, but it is the start they needed to make this series a bit more competitive, and that's a knife in the hand of Nick. Oh, that was a knife in a very, 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 very long distance fight.
Yeah, maybe he thought it was Jet or something and could just throw it out. That did not work.
Haven't you ever seen the bunny hopping Sky trying to get a frag in like 3 or 4?
Spawn?
Yeah, definitely. I've seen this one before.
Yeah, I'll pass. But it is, as you said, the start they needed. I mean, converted bonus forces BLG into another eco. They are looking to be a bit more proactive on defense now as they once again use that insert on towards a long, using the blaze and mid as well to maybe take some space, or at least suggest that they did. But it is another C-side hit. DRG having the right read. Spike still on its way there, but it looks like they made the right choice.
The economy looks a bit awkward for BLG, with both of their duelists having a rifle in this round and everyone else being on a pistol. They can still try to make this retake work.
I mean, we do have great aimers on the side of BLG. We've seen that before, but YZ is taken low onto 20 HP, and now Vukasho also spotted K-Knight. So the flank, not really an option anymore for BLG, and Spike is ticking away. Rushia maybe using that fast lane to find an opening. Let's get life in is also good for the duel versus Spirits. Neff as well. All of a sudden, this is a 2v1 for BLG, and Rushia's 4K decides the round. How on earth did that happen?
You think that Rushia is finding one opening frag with a fast lane and a paranoia? You are wrong. He is gonna find 4. Absolutely what we expected to happen in this round, with BLG who are bringing 2 rifles into a retake that shouldn't be that easily doable. I mean, DRG had so much space, so much control, and then they're fighting every single duel one-on-one. I don't know how this could fall apart so easily.
Yeah, you could tell that they completely lost track of where Rushia was actually running around after that fast lane. Not really paying attention what angle they were open for. And it could have been another clash towards A long, but BLG decide to step away a bit further. It's still an A stack that DRG might potentially run into.
And the economy stabilized for BLG. They even have the operator for YZ online. Spirit finding an opening and finding the operator. Such an important element taken to the ground, and DRG has the site.
Yeah, this round's gone. It's once again, it's one great execute from the side of DRG that ends the round immediately. Nothing to do here. Rushia gets 1 kill, but he's gonna try to secure the gun into the next round. DRG are not looking like they're gonna hunt for them.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this was the 3rd time already that DRG was hitting a side where BLG played their stack, and BLG couldn't make the stack work because the utility of DRG is so overwhelming on their executes, especially the Waylay is being utilized so well by the attacking side that BLG just gets into this situation of, okay, the waylay is backside, but then there's the entry happening, and then there are so many players, and everyone held an angle, but now we're not sure if we should keep on holding that angle or fight towards side, and then it's chaos. It's pure chaos, and DRG is taking every single fight they want. Look at that from Spiritsy.
Yeah, I mean, once it was beautiful execution. You said it right there. It was the paranoia on towards short. It was the fast lane that basically cuts off the angle for FT, who should have been able to kill Spirit in that situation. But it's just everything under control for DRG in these fast A executes, it seems like. A side that BLG certainly have been struggling with, but they do go another contact up towards C, where YZ is in a good position. He could have maybe taken a peek into that fast lane, decides not to, steps away because he still has support from FT. YZ, one more, but the stun of the Trailblazer hits. Doesn't matter, he still gets one more. It's just Nick. And YZ just needs to buy time for the rest of his team to join him. BLG about to get to 12 points. Secure 6 map points for them, and Nick trying to make something out of this round, but BLG already with the right read.
I mean, DRG tried to challenge YZ a lot in this second half, and at some point, enough is just enough. A clean shot out of Rusha's Vandal, and the map points secured on the map pick of DRG. Haven has gone terribly wrong for them so far, and even though we saw a glimpse of hope for DRG when the second round started, BLG seems to be back in control.
I mean, this was just the YZ show there on the spot. Buying so much time, not only for FT, but then also being able to hide away behind the center box for Neff to come in and help him. After that Trailblazer hit, beautiful awareness from the entirety of BLG. And once again, it's DRG just saying, okay, I guess we just go for the fast hit again. This worked one time, right? They do get this side for free, though, as the rest of BLG is pushing out of A long. But the retake certainly will be in their hands.
I mean, there is still a flank trap, so the awareness is going to be there, but do you expect 3 players here, a flash thrown, and then the run it back also pulled off of FT versus a cheeky position, Nick still to be cleared, and now being hit by his own waylay ultimate. This is dangerous! This is so terribly dangerous for DRG at the moment. The 3v3 retake about to happen, and the fights are going everywhere. YZ still alive. This is terrible for DRG, but it is the one-on-one that Nick has to take. It is the fight that he has to win to make this work, and he can connect the shot. DRG is not dead yet.
My goodness, what is going on here?
What was that waylay ultimate? I'm so confused.
I mean, it looked like they did not expect the one player to have crossed already. It came in a bit late, though. I mean, clean first shots here, and then a bit of luck through the smoke as well. In the end, Nick securing the round perfectly, timing the peak there versus the defuse as well, right before the half defuse came through. And BLG not going to use their first map point, but they do have 5 more, and they do have a tour de force in the hand of YZ now, but Russia gets caught by great flash from Nick, and the tour de force taken out as well.
Oh, terrible timing for YZ on that scope, and Life is there to punish him. Now it's just one anchor player left on that A side, and that's K-Knight, who has an ultimate ability, but is definitely not in a position to throw that into the mix at this time, and DRG is creeping closer. This is gonna be so hard for K-Knight.
I mean, yeah, he does. Just eats everything. I mean, there's the paranoia, there's the Trailblazer, there's 2 people peeking at you at the same time. Good luck winning either of these duels. Spike even transferred over to Verse now, so he does get from the shadows as well. But BLG are just gonna save their guns once again. I feel like this, I haven't seen that many saves in a single VCT China match ever.
Yeah, now that you say it, there were a lot of situations where teams prioritized their economy. But now BLG, they are saving 2 rifles in a situation where it's not going to put them in a situation where they can force the round. I mean, with 150 credits in the hands of Russia, there's not going to be a buy happening. You stick with those 2 rifles and hope that you can make it work. It would be the second time that BLG is making a 2 rifle buy work, but I don't think this is going to end comfortable, especially with DRG picking up the pace in this last couple of rounds.
I mean, still better than running 5 pistols in the next round, I guess. So BLG will be happy to get these 2 converted, but I feel like there's a timeout coming up because BLG are struggling on defense still, and it's been like these individual performances, or rather DRG throwing themselves against the wall, that actually cost them some of these attacking rounds. And now BLG are sort of falling apart. That push from YZ onto A-Long sort of reminded me of Life's push with the operator in hand a couple rounds ago.
Yeah, everything you can do, I can do better, said YZ, and tried the exact same push solo with an operator. I mean, as a chamber, he can TP out in comparison to the Neon, but the TP just a bit too late, and he's already on the ground. You said you feel like there's a timeout coming in. Here it is. BLG is taking some time to think through what they are going to do in this next round, or maybe the one coming after that, since the economy is not going to look too good in the round that is coming up. I feel like we've seen a lot of rounds where DRG tried proactivity in their defense and it went wrong, but still I think proactivity is going to be something that could help BLG to get this last round on the board.
Yeah, I mean, so far we have seen some proactive fights that they tried to take, but DRG have been somewhat able to avoid them most of the time. Especially when we've seen their attention towards A-Long. After the 10-2 half, I did not expect to end up in this position where DRG are actually getting closer and closer now. It is a low buy. We mentioned the 2 Vandals that they secured. Immediate Hunter's Fury, though, invested into this potential plant towards B. Neff still hunting for something, but there's so much time still left for the side of DRG. They don't need to hurry here. And they have B under control. Spike has now been planted. A great lurk from Bukashu once again. He finds one more. And with that, he basically did all he needed. FT is expecting this push, but DRG snuffed him out. It is only FT remaining. He does have a Vandal, but the spike is ticking way too fast already. This is another one for DRG.
It smells like another save in here. The Hunter's Fury of K-Knight not hitting a single target, not dealing a single bit of damage is really, really unlucky for the side of BLG. But then DRG on the other side are not falling into that chaos. They are just standing on the B side, waiting for the Hunter's Fury to be over and then proceeding with their round. It feels a bit stabilized from the side of DRG, but now this is the round where BLG want to close out the map. The round after the timeout where they have a full buy, where they have all the chances to make it work. If they cannot convert this round, this is maybe on the brink of going to OT.
I mean, they still have one more timeout, and they would have one more buy round in the 24th round to then secure it. But yeah, I mean, it's getting closer, and certainly also to their heads at some point. Being ahead this far for the entirety of this first half, and now facing a potential OT certainly must not feel good.
I think the first 10-2 comeback that I ever witnessed was Billy Gaming on Lotus in some international event. I'm not too sure which one it was, but it would be crazy to see them being in the same sort of situation.
Oh, no.
And Nick with the opening is making that a lot more possible.
And now they can actually use the neural theft to spot Neff all by himself on the C side. He does give himself a great smoke. That's a good reveal. Great kill. Oh my god, the hot hands into the backside even find life, but the kill's still in advantage for DRG. It's just Neff trying to spray through the box, but DRG will have none of it. Another buy round lost for BLG, another potential eco on the horizon. Is this the comeback, Tank?
I mean, the utility that BLG had on that C side was nice. The hot hands, the reveal, the smoke to play out of or at least in. But DRG's utility just feels a bit more overwhelming, and that factor of overwhelmingness is bringing BLG into yet another economy round.
I feel like DRG are the only ones that can beat themselves right now, as they do expect a bit of an aggression towards C with that triple higher lower, but now just contacting towards C long. Maybe they do go for that ult orb. I'm not entirely sure. Yes, Spirit took it, but he's still 1 point away from the conversion paths. Potential overdrive from life would be there for them. Can they really use it as he's approaching A long further and further? Spike is still not really on the move, and BLG, they go for a restack on towards mid.
And with the space that Live gained at A, maybe this is an option as well, but BLG is sending their people over. A little stack being built towards this A side, and DRG, they seem pretty convinced that this is the right spot to hit.
Well, this could end very badly for them, even versus this EQ, but the run it back immediately brought down by Life. Great positioning, though, in the smoke from K9 gets the kill, but DRG are just flooding this site. Everyone is lit up by the reveal, but is it enough? K9 does get one frag. It's another one, but it's down to 3 HP, and there's no way for him to get out of that corner. Once again, 2 players survive, and the onslaught of DRG just continues, 1 round away from OT and a potential comeback.
Oh, well, I mean, the stack looked dangerous, but then Life is just being sent in with that overdrive. Look what he can do when he's using his ultimate. Look how great this worked out for DRG. And now, you said it, BLG, they are taking their second time out. This is the last chance to close this map out in the regular time, or we are going to OT. And DRG, they seem very committed to make that work. The comeback has been working out great so far. Just 1 round left to send us into yet another opportunity for them to show that they can also make defense rounds work.
I mean, the most China thing right now would be to now lose it on the 24th round. So we all just waited for nothing. BLG, they do get one more chance to bring this to an end in regular time. Neff looked a bit nervous there on the camera. I mean, we talked about how important all of these matchups are during the group stage as well. Not because they are facing elimination, but each victory is another championship point. And both these teams are certainly looking to get as many as possible under their belts.
Yeah, absolutely. The points are going to be so important later on, and BLG knows BLG wants to make it work, but it's just not going their way, K9, at least with the trade. But DRG now second guessing, do we want to fight this or are we backing away? And this does not look like backing away to me.
DRG, they certainly want to push forward so confident in their ability to win these duels as well at the moment. And with the ultimate invested as well, this will be a go on towards A side. They will not find anything with it, but the space is taken nonetheless. Spike should be planted as well. The ultimate from K9 now to maybe turn this around. Once again, he does not find a single hit with it. Just delays the inevitable. But is this a retake that BLG can take now without an ultimate? Once again, it's the crossfire here, but it's broken up a bit by the cage. It's a good push out, but Spirit once again wins the duel for him. Vukasher there to help him out. Spirit still alive under heaven is all they need. Is the 3K for him. And it's DRG coming back after a 10-2 lead from BLG.
What am I witnessing? It's the opening day of VCT China Stage 2, and it is already giving such weird but still very interesting storylines. Haven is gonna go down to the fact that one of these teams needs to win their defense round. They cannot make this work in their attack now. One defense round is maybe all it takes to close down the first map, and now DRG in the position to show that they can do it. Another defense for them, another operator online, and it's Glass Cannon in the hands of Life.
As well as the attacking operator from YZ now. I mean, he had such a good first attacking half with 17 kills. He had only 3 in the entirety of the second one.
That is not too many frags found from YZ in that second half. But now in the attack again, maybe he's feeling it a bit more. DRG, they seem like they're getting bored, taking some space towards A long. And at A, BLG is now grouping to fight exactly that spot.
And we've seen that from BLG quite a bit, like these late hits. Usually they were going for some pressure onto either C or A before those, so they could like force a rotation from DRG. This time around, they've just been contacting on towards side, and Nick is brought down. They do run into a stack though. That's some great use of the paranoia. The hot hands as well should cook Spirit. He does have to leave the position, gets out in the open immediately, brought down. The attack's still looking strong for the side of BLG.
Yeah, both of these teams are just seemingly lacking the ability to make a defense round work. Only one frag found thus far from DRG. Maybe another one on the board, but Neff is spotting the operator. K-Knight swinging into that duel. Another round is going to the team that is playing attack, and that is BLG in this scenario.
Surprise!
Surprise! I mean, nothing new to see.
Pressure was on, of course. I mean, this sort of favors BLG quite a bit with how both these teams have been struggling on defense. Them being able to go for attack first in the overtime, of course, now puts the pressure on towards DRG, and they decide to immediately take a timeout. Maybe saw something that they needed to talk about, because I felt like DRG had attack under control. I'm not entirely sure why they're taking a timeout now for BLG to talk about their defense again.
I have this gut feeling that DRG is maybe overcooking this possible last round, but hey, maybe they have a plan. Maybe you're completely right. They saw something they want to talk about. They have a plan for a situation like this. Maybe they can make it work and bring it into OT number 2, but BLG on another map point. And if they win it now, this series took so long just to happen in the way that felt inevitable after the first halftime.
Yeah, I'm not sure. As my God, there's so many people in this crowd.
It's just the opening day. That's so cool.
I was about to say, it's the opening day of stage 2, and there's so many people here attending these offline events over at VCT China. I absolutely love it. And BLG Could they use DRG's timeout to maybe find something against their attack? It does look like the initial push immediately has been spotted out by the cams, so the TP has been taken by YZ, and he does not connect any shots while he is on defense. What is going on once again? Over eagerness from FT and YZ may cost them the round.
Oh man, another double opening found for DRG, and Rusha is a known factor due to the tripwire. Bukashu playing this in the attacker spawn. This is such a cheeky position, and Rusha has to deal with it while the rest of his team is trying to get a fight onto that B backside. K-Knight with one found, but Neff is falling, and K-Knight cannot do it on his own. We go another OT. Number 2 again. One of these teams has to find a defense round.
I can't do this. What is going on?
How many OTs do we have to see until someone decides that we just end this after one round in a sudden death scenario because both teams can't find a defense round?
Maybe we should just do skirmish 2v2 or something to battle this out. I would like to see that. But, I mean, it is still a great team flash there for Russia, but doesn't get punished for it. It does seem like BLG wants to hit that C side again, but there is the operator from Life. He does get the first kill. Is that the opening that DRG have been looking for? It does seem like it. They just run into the meat grinder. A flawless for DRG on defense. Is this the deciding round?
They couldn't do it at all, and then they do it flawless. What is happening? I mean, Life has terrible timing on that scope, still manages to find the frag onto FT, and then Vukashu is right there by his side to connect the triple kill. So aggressive from this backside on, and now BLG is feeling the same pressure that DRG felt for the entirety of Haven.
How the hell did we end up here?
How is a very good question. How?
What is going on? It was supposed...
Why?
BLG, you were the chosen one. What is going on? And I don't know if they can come back from this. I mean, their defense has looked rough, to say the least. I mean, so did DRG's, to be honest. But at least during BLG's attack, it felt more like BLG were doing a lot of things right in their attack, more so than DRG doing things wrong in their defense. But BLG's defense, I don't know.
I mean, we cannot not talk about the defense issues that both of these teams had, but with DRG being able to get one flawless, that is so much pressure onto the shoulders of those BLG players who are now one round down and on the brink to lose on the opponent's map pick that looked so good in the first half.
I mean, YZ is playing a chamber. Can you please hit a shot in defense? I'm not trying to be mean here. I'm sorry, but it's insane to me, the differences between the performances that we've seen from YZ in attack compared to the one we've seen in defense on an agent that's supposed to be a menace in defense.
Yeah, absolutely. A chamber on defense is always a pain to work against, but for YZ, this just wasn't the case on Haven thus far. And again, he's standing on the wrong side, not finding his first now. And BLG, they are trying another retake once again, but it's 5v5. This is gonna be so uncomfortable.
I mean, they do have garage control, but Life already pushing into elbow, gets to FT. Therefore, a late trade, but the spike is taken away. And the late lurk from Bukashu once again could be all they need. Nick is falling on side, but there it is. Bukashu, Neff finding one out of the smoke, but Spirit is there to claim them both. It is the comeback after being down 2-10. They win it in overtime, 15-13, a devastating loss for BLG.
Absolutely. I had only good words for BLG in that first half. They looked so much more disciplined and methodical, and they lost all of this when they swapped sides. Now they are one map back. They are fighting against the DRG that is now so motivated, has so much momentum to pick it up when we are going to Lotus, and I always feel like a team that is winning Haven can always win Lotus as well.
Yeah, I mean, Life had a big turnaround after their defense together with Cashew. I feel like those two have once again been the backbone of this team. After YZ, I mean, it's so sad to me. I feel like I jinxed him. After I wanted to already give him the MVP of the series after the first half, and then it was just a big downfall.
Oh, you are the problem once again,
I am
Crafty.
the problem once again. I'm sorry. What can I say?
Yeah, it was a good first half, but then not a lot of follow-up happening for YZ, and DRG used that to find their way back into the game. Even though BLG stayed cheeky for a couple of rounds, it felt like they lost confidence the longer this map went on.
Yeah, I mean, they had some good rounds as well, and defense is just... It's crazy to me that neither of these teams were able to claim more than 2 defensive rounds during regulation. We've seen a couple great executes, though, from the side of DRG. BLG certainly been overwhelmed and just been the worst team on defense. Great resilience from DRG in the end, brought them into an OT. But what does this do to BLG's mental now after we already praised them? But let's listen to DRG and how they claimed this victory.
谢谢。哎呀，本来不想给你们奶的，哎呀。哇，有奶了，放心了。那我要放心掉血喽。哦，放心掉血吧，兄弟。Let's go！ 交啊！ OK， 死了帮爆点了，好吧？好的，交流顺畅点就行了。好的，有问有答，有问有答。I need you, Ilya. Not today. Tomorrow. 没看到。我走了，兄弟。来，好局，我不淹了，你接着狙，来佛。好局，好局。前包可能在中，前包可能在中。I just saw camera, just saw camera. 好局来佛。接着，看着。I'm holding camera. 我在接。没有了，地上了。打得好，对吧？打得很好，打得很好。没见，要不打得很好。来，好了吗？接好了。我被黑了，要被黑了。 我过去搞点，淹了一个，2个 CT out 了 ，backside， 还有个我们 backside -40，nice， 爆点 ，nice， 打箭，好像5打3，1 side，nice， 小门
The team erupts around Life as they gain that victory in OT 15-13, and yeah, we were hyping him up already. Life certainly sent a message here over to BLG, especially after that first half.
Absolutely. I enjoy seeing Life back on track. After I felt like he had a tough showing in the first stage, something clicked after Masters London. Even though the showing that the team had internationally wasn't the best, it made something for them happening. And I don't know exactly what it is. I still need to figure out what exactly happened to this team. But Life being back online is so nice to see.
Yeah, so many multi-kills it feels like. I mean, as I already said, I would also credit Vukasho once again. Of course, Vukasho is still like this one-man army. It feels like whenever we talk about DRG, he had several multi-kills as well. Always found the right timings with these lurks during their attack as well. He's been an absolute menace. But yeah, Life quite literally brought back to life here in this first match of stage 2 for DRG. 27 kills in the end, just short, followed up by Vukasho with 26. So yeah, those two definitely made the difference here.
And then we gotta talk about YZ again. 17 kills in the attacking half found, and then only 3 from side swap to OT. That is not enough and could be a topic of mental work, maybe. I hope that he can find a reset before we are heading to Lotus.
Yeah, also some would make you question the composition choices here to go for the chamber on Haven. If it doesn't, like if it has literally 0 impact on defense, why are you going for the chamber when that is the side that he should potentially have the most impact on? We saw some great stats from Bukesh once again. As I said, I mean, him and Live took the team on their backs to make this comeback possible after being down 2-10. Is BLG able to get over it? I mean, it was DRG's map pick. We do have BLG's map pick Lotus coming up next, but this already feels like this could be a 2-0 for DRG. We will see after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with map number 2.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. Can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Welcome back here over at Project Horizon for VCT China Stage 2, Day 1, Game 2. Yes, we are in the midst of DRG versus BLG. It's a 1-0 victory after an incredible comeback for DRG on their own map pick Haven. My name's still Crafty. I'm still joined by Tank, and we're heading into Lotus. What do we expect here?
I don't know what to expect
Craziness.
anymore. You say we witnessed a comeback. I say we witnessed yet another interesting game of Valorant, and I feel like this could go on when we are heading into Lotus, because we already talked about this when we saw the map veto first. This is another 3-spot map to be played. This is another map that is being played very similar to Haven in general, and if we see something like this again, with both teams not being able to convert defense rounds, I don't know if I can take it. I don't know if I can take it.
I mean, yes. Let's hope that this is not the case. I mean, historically, I feel like this is a map that does favor DRG a bit. But then again, maybe BLG, with this new coaching staff and with the small roster changes, have found a way to sort of fix their Lotus. Their last appearance of Lotus was during the Evolution series recently in May, I believe it was, where they lost against Tyloo. Their last win, I think, was versus Wolves Esports in May. So it's been a while. So I'm a bit hesitant. I hope BLG know what they're doing, picking Lotus. But then again, at this point, I feel like anything could happen, right?
I mean, we have to hope for DRG that they could learn something from this Lotus against Vitality, because that looked... I don't want to say out loud, but it was a desperate experience for DRG, and now they are back on the map, back on track, have to show that they learned something, or BLG is pushing this to a decider, and I don't know if I'm ready for that.
Wait.
We will
you sound
see.
like you don't want to cast a third map.
We will see. I have to see how Lotus is going, and then I'm deciding if I'm ready for a decider. I am so interested in the comps they are playing, because DRG recently played the Chamber Solo Duelist Waylay, and I am not sure, but I think BLG also played Single Duelist Waylay, and I don't think this is still doable on Lotus. I feel like all of the changes happening put us in a situation where you have to adapt, where a lot of teams are going back to basics. We see Race Fate happening a lot more often again, and I think both of these teams are heading into possible agent changes.
I mean, with the roster changes as well that we've seen, maybe that is the case. That some of these roster changes seem to also have happened because they wanted to do compositional changes that they were unable to do with the previous roster. So let's see if that is the case. If we do get some changes, I mean, I can tell you for sure Bukashu is gonna play Cypher. I think he did play the Vice as well at some point, right? I mean, could potentially be used on Lotus as well. But I mean, Bukashu's the Cypher OTP, it seems like, and he's been so successful with it for such a long time over here in China. I don't think that's something you had to change.
We saw why on Haven. I mean, his timings, his positioning on the Cypher was just absolute A game. Always a factor that the enemy has to worry about. Is he in spawn? Did he lurk through a site that we left open? Because leaving sites open was a hobby for both of these teams in their Haven defense, and that is such a lovely territory for a player like Bukashu to work with, because, you know, they leave gaps, and my job as the Cypher is to find those and to make use of those, and it's been working great for him on this Haven attack. We will see if there are gonna be as many gaps in the defense of BLG when we're heading into Lotus.
Yeah, let's hope that. I feel like that, I mean, especially attack has a lot more flexible options on Lotus compared to Haven, which would make it even worse for the defensive teams of either side right now to sort of find their footing. But we'll see. I mean, both these teams attacking sides at least. But it does feel like defense is where these teams are gonna either win or lose the map, especially after what we've seen on Haven. And we do have to, it seems like we have some sort of maybe technical difficulty, or maybe players just needing to get ready. As you see some shots of the crowd once again. We will have an agent select coming up shortly, and I am excited because this time around I do expect changes on either side. And there they are. Ooh. And what is going on? A Yoru back on the map.
Oh, you want to talk about the Yoru? I want to talk about the Waylay race combination that BLG is putting up. We're seeing YZ on the race. I am so looking forward to see that. I hope this is gonna bring us a bit more of successful proactivity in the defensive half, but now that you mentioned the Yoru, that is interesting. Double flash in a time where we see so many teams not playing with flashes at all. We have a double flash. I feel like a double flash initiator because, let's face it, Yoru doesn't always feel like a duelist, but more like a follow-up initiator to me. I'm completely baffled. I'm over the moon to see that work.
I mean, I am hyped because Spirit used to be some sort of Yoru OTP as well, right? He was playing so much Yoru back when Yoru was actually meta. So seeing him back on the Yoru gets me excited, to be honest. But then again, seeing a Yoru these days doesn't really get me excited. So I hope they know what they're doing. I mean, it is certainly a change of tempo that you can achieve with the Yoru, and it does have more utility, like the flashes that can enable your Waylay as well. But can they make it work? We will find out over the course of this map. Lotus, BLG's map pick, they need to win this to bring us to Ascent.
I feel like the Yoru was in the mix for Lotus for such a long time because of the fast rotation you could play due to the gate crash, but that's off the table, so they have to show us another way of making the Yoru work. This execute not too hard for DRG because yet again BLG is giving them the side for free. They have 4 players in the flank. It looks like Vukashu is going to be in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, well, good night. That's been it. I mean, he has clean aim, but that one took us out right off. Rashia is being held off to really join his team so far. He's now able to make the best, but what is that? A great paint shot together with the crossfire from Nick. Dismantles BLG's retake here. Neff and Rashia, last men standing. And Spirit takes him down. It is once again another piss round secured for the side of DRG.
And it's interesting because we have this double flash, double initiating potential going on the side of DRG. There is going to be a lot of proactivity to be expected in the post plans, and we see that happening in the pistol round already. They are so eager to take their fights in comparison to teams like XLG, who had the triple sentinel and just played for the block potential. This is going to be so interesting, and we need to see BLG being able to adapt to that better soon than later.
A bit of a setup here towards A, but not sure if DRG is gonna run into that as they try to make some noise over towards C. Did take the orb, also activating the doors on towards A, so give it away that they're spread out across the map right now.
But BLG is not moving. Why should they when every lane is pressured just a little bit? But this still keeps C as a target that would be possible. DRG is deciding otherwise with the space that Life has gathered on A. This could be an A hit, and the higher lower, still a dangerous one that DRG has to fight.
Yeah, but these are just classics. So they would need... Oh, good timing. And just during that second, they break it up, but with the scope, they still find the first kill here. FT being successful, But it's being brought down, Spirit, with some great shots there. On the Sheriff, Vukashu picked up the Outlaw to get rid of YZ. It's another kill there for Neff. There's a bit too much damage here. From the side of BLG, how did this end up being a 1v1 for Neff? Is he able to secure a gun there? I'm not quite sure. It does seem like. But it's just a Marshal. It's just the Outlaw, not the one that he was looking for. And Vukashu, with a great wraparound, secures the round. It's still been quite costly for DRG, but they get the follow-up.
With the way the spike has been planted, Neff is just not expecting the player to be anywhere near backside or drop, because it puts you in a bit of an uncomfortable position. Still, Vukashu is finding his impact there, but you already said it, the damage is huge. A lot of these frags are happening because DRG is not so comfortable in fighting the high ground, and especially the swing from YZ while his teammates were fighting from backside was so crucial to find another frag and put DRG under more pressure. Now they have a terrible bonus round by. Still an Outlaw in play for Vukashu, and Rusha is taking a risk. Oh, this is dangerous.
Well, they open the door as well, but not really getting any frags from it. Neff survives that long. DRG cleaning up the entirety of Seaside, even getting rid of those two players. Vukashu once again with the lurk. With that spike planted, does seem like this could potentially become another bonus for DRG. Just as we saw on their attack in Haven, Kesha now joined his team. No real opening here. Another flash buys them some time. They only have that one smoke for C main. Can FT get a kill here? No. It's right there. The trade for Neff is not good enough because Vukashu already back on site. 3-0 start on Lotus. This doesn't look good for BLG.
I mean, I had some questions about Haven, and most of them were how and what and why. And it's not like my questionnaire is changing a lot when we're heading to Lotus. How is this a 3-0 for DRG when their follow-up round after the pistol was this shaky and their bonus round looked that desperate, and BLG was kind of in the right spot to make this work? 3-0, it doesn't look too easy for BLG to find defense rounds here yet again.
Yeah, once again, it feels like it's just them not connecting shots and getting the kills that they should be getting. This time around, FT, though, with a great opening on the Sheriff has been deadly, but Vukashu just slowly creeping up towards K9. Gets the kill with the Outlaw, immediately pops the Neural Theft. How do they use it, though? Putting more pressure on towards A, but it does look like they are going to transition in towards a B split.
Especially with the position of Vukashu, that should be the case. The door now opened and BLG over-rotated. Left B completely open, and they're going to be a bit too late to the party to make a flot retake work. The position from Spirit still one to deal with, and the swing from YZ this time just a bit too late. The damage done. Weapon to recover, but this is taking so much time.
Yes, Seeker invested as well to also know the exact positions of all three players remaining. And once again, you just go into close quarter combat there with the Outlaw. If you're Vukashu, switch to the Guardian. Another 3K for him. He feels way too comfortable in this attack already.
Absolutely. We are seeing his Cypher qualities yet again. The space he's gathering in B main allows his team to play this very, very fast push into the B side while pressuring A beforehand, baiting a rotation out of BLG. And they are standing there realizing, oh, there is no enemy left on A side. We left B completely open.
Oh, that's a great flash together with the dasher from Life to find the first kill, and then he even peeks a second time to get rid of Neff. DRG are just playing with their food right now. B side once again completely open. Vukashu might just find another kill here with the Outlaw. BLG are falling apart.
I just wanted to say BLG is hanging by a thread, and that thread is being the fact that they still have a showstopper and a Waylay ult to play, and then the showstopper is falling towards the ground. Now this is a safe round. No chance of getting back into the B side. You don't want to invest the conversion path here, and it is going to be the 5th round found for the side of DRG. The attack operator in the hands of Fukashu is going to be taking into the next round as well. So still, BLG has to deal with this weapon, and especially on Lotus in attack, I feel like the operator is hindering you a lot when you want to take space, because you always have to invest a bit more utility than usual, and this puts DRG in an even more comfortable position.
I mean, I hope we're gonna see. I hope we're gonna see a timeout here. I mean, once again, it's been a great execute. We didn't really see a lot of contested rubble fights there from the BLG, but DRG was so ready for this one. Life getting 2 there makes this round almost unrecoverable for BLG once again. You were talking about the operator. They do want to insert it. What the? How on earth did Life get that one? Gets out with the refract again, and with the 2nd kill towards C, the site is completely open. It's another free plant for DRG. They're just running away with the map right now.
Oh, keeping up with the hows and the whats and the whys, it is another frag for Life that is making this round so easy for DRG. You wanted to see a rubble fight from BLG. There was a rubble fight from BLG, and it went terribly wrong. They used the typical Fade race combination to throw the utility behind rubble, and there was just no one there. DRG played it a bit more patient than expected, and now those should be easy frags for the side of DRG. FT and Neff trying to make it possible. A great paranoia from Neff to make it work, and now this could be a defuse that is just being stuck. It could be stuck, but he doesn't have the time. Bukashu a bit too fast, and the round safe for DRG. This could have been so dangerous. My god.
It would have been new life brought into BLG as we see Russia going down, and that operator kill from Life as well. The perfect timing there for Bukashu to spot the head, and there it is, the timeout that is certainly needed right now for BLG. They're down 1-0 already in this series, and now 6 rounds behind after a devastating defensive performance, to say the least, on Haven. It seems to continue on Lotus.
Yeah, I might have been right about the fact that these defense problems may as well continue when we're heading into Lotus. 6 rounds played and not a single one converted for BLG. A timeout that was definitely needed, and now they have to find footing. Backs against the walls for BLG, who still have to prove that they are not done yet with being a contender in VCT China.
Yeah, I mean, it must feel heartbreaking for a player like Naf, especially. It's been around for quite some time with this team, not finding the success that this team is supposed to have. But it's not over, and this stage certainly is going to be a long one. With no group elimination, there's always going to be the chance. They do spot the gate crash right there, but Bukashu once again with the operator in hand. Successful opening frag, but this time around they follow up immediately with the showstopper. Get that one, and FT gets a good peek out of that smoke to find another one. Numbers advantage for BLG, but the dimensional drift used to create some space on towards A, using the clone to maybe get a cheeky shot there through the edge of the box. Has to give up that Haven control. But there is a flank from Russia. Can they use it? No tripwire secured there from Bukasha. This could be it. It's another good use of the ultimate there. The conversion path to slow him down. Inserting spirits there to get the frag over towards K9. When can Rusia really make a difference in this fight here? The spike is ticking away. One player in drop is gotten rid of. It's a 2v2 on site. The crossfire should be good enough. They can't even get life. He survives on 6 HP. And it's the lead at halftime secured already for DRG after 7 rounds.
Yeah, that's the fastest way to secure a halftime lead. You said DRG have to worry about the flank. No utility, no one watching that. And then Spirit is like, well, if we are being flanked, then maybe I am flanking them as well. Takes the way towards stairs and then is fighting this heaven position so proactive. And that's buying so much time for DRG to set up the crossfire on the side. Now BLG has yet another eco round to play. The outlaw in the hands of Fukashu. This should be another round for DRG if they are not messing up completely.
Fukashu is just having fun with snipers at this point.
Absolutely.
I think he's not played anything but the outlaw or the operator during these rounds, and A side once again completely overwhelmed. Bukashu gets another one. It's just Neff. And apparently he doesn't have the aim to get at least one kill. Another flawless on the board for DRG, 8-0. I mean, the way this first half goes, we're already set for another miracle comeback in the second half.
You're saying this after 8 rounds played is a bit crazy, but I understand where it's coming from. I can't deny that this is a possibility. But at this point, I feel like DRG, they look like they're having so much fun. And when BLG was leading this dominant on Haven, it still looked very methodical. So maybe the momentum shifted a bit too much for BLG to find their way back.
K9 unable to get that kill there. I would have loved to have that one. It's a great Nightfall. Spirit on 1 HP. Someone has to kill him, right? Is there? But Nick, at least with the trait, keeps this round close. Your G will be able to plant the spike. But this time around, there's no real lurk. They try to get into Alba with the flash, but it's a team flash for Bukashu. Is brought down. And now it's just him against the world. What is YZ doing? But FT saves it for BLG. Almost a massive throw from BLG, but in the end, they finally get on the board.
I was this close to asking you if you can recall the last time the two of us casted a Lotus in VCT China and how that went. But BLG is on the board. They found a round. They are not dead. They are still in this game, but it is a long route to go, a long way to take, and it was a close round at the end of the day as well, so they are not really stabilizing their economy, still investing into the operator, still trying to make it work, but it is gonna be very hard.
I did forget about that. Yeah, the last time was a 13-0 for XLG. So yeah, this is us and Lotus in VCT China. It's a special connection. Let's put it this way. But BLG trying to fight back into this game. They do get another opening kill, but life immediately there for the trade. Once again, opens up this C site way too easily for DRG.
The info gathering is really interesting for DRG because they are searching for the players, very, very proactive. And as I say that, Fukashu is taking yet another fight, one going successful. The second round maybe a bit too much, but Spirit is there for the trade, another numbers advantage when we're heading into the post plan for DRG. And those are just solo fights taken by BLG. FT just a little bit too far ahead for YZ to trade that out, and then it is a 9th round on the board for DRG. No follow-up for BLG, and now we have to look at the money. I don't think it's gonna look too good for our defenders.
No. I mean, they can only hope to get like this 10-2 somehow I mean, honestly, I don't even know what I'm watching right now. DRG just are so much better than BLG right now, who have no answer to anything. I feel like whenever they get proactive, it becomes even worse than when they would just hold back. Once again, it's a proactive approach towards Rubble, but both refracts taken immediately. No kills just yet, but a lot of players spotted already by either side.
And YZ is very, very low, which makes the pistol in his hands even less dangerous. I feel like BLG is somehow lacking risk awareness when they're taking their fights. I'm a fan that they are now taking a step back, but this is an eco round. Maybe this one was the round where they should take the risk, but we see them taking the risks in the gun rounds where they should be a bit more cautious of what they're doing. And now with the pistols in hand, they're trying to make it work the other way around. Stacking C now, and DRG, they are doing the BLG cosplay, cancelling noise on A and just going for the re-hits.
Yeah, K-Knight might get the info, but so far he's not calling anyone over, because he's just going for the shoulder peaks here. The smoke now invested, no chance for him to really prevent any of this. Maybe he gets a timing, doesn't seem like it, as we see knives in hand once again during the rotation, but then Bukasho wants a bit too much. Steps out in the open, gets traded. It's an outlaw donated over, but I was about to say no control in spawn there, but Spirit problems converting that kill. It is a 3v3. Spike is ticking. FT now has a Vandal. Verse knows that there's someone out there, and YZ eventually brought down. Just Rashia and FT on low HP. I don't think that this is going to be any closer than any of the other rounds. Double digits secured for DRG.
And I was just talking about the awareness problems we see on the side of BLG. You play against Bukasho and you have your knife out in spawn. This should not happen to BLG. I mean, they recover greatly for the fact that they only have pistols in this round, but I feel like most of these are due to the fact that DRG had weird struggles in their aim duels, even though they had the better weapons.
Yeah, can they get the second one? Can we get a return of Haven? 10-2 first half into overtime. Let's go for it. I am down. Right now, it doesn't feel like it. And BLG, with another operator, at least gets that first kill. But Bukasho once again on sniper duty. He's been so clean with his aim. Oh, FT spots him. But needs to be careful. Will get another smoke potentially to get out. No, he uses the dash.
And the info about Bukasho is always very, very helpful, because you can guess that the team is not where Bukasho is. They are on the A site once again, completely uncontested. A spike plant going down and no space secured by BLG. Spirit trying to get some space of his own, but being dealt with by Rusha.
What reverse there? The response though, it's still a numbers advantage for BLG in this potential retake, but it's taking so long. FT is still in the spawn, and Neff is not bid checked. He gets two. No, it's just Verse. Is that the second round that we've been talking about? What is happening? FT just sacrifices himself for the team, and there it is, 2 on the board for BLG.
I don't even know what to say. DRG is losing this round due to a not checked corner on stairs. I feel like this is perfectly summarizing everything we have seen in this first half of Lotus. BLG putting 2 rounds on the board because DRG is making major mistakes, and now we will see if this is another defense issue or if this is a BLG issue happening on Lotus. This is their own map pick, so if they cannot convince us in their attacking half, they have very, very big issues to talk about after this series.
Yeah. I mean, mental certainly is an issue as well right now after giving away the 10-2 lead in the first map. Now being down 10-2, it must feel horrendous for the side of BLG right now. Can they come back from that? Is going to be interesting to think. But yes, you are right. If this is not going their way, if they are, I mean, now even a good half would not be enough to come back into this game. They would have to have an excellent. But it already looks like some of these questions that we had for BLG prior to this match are still not answered, and BLG, even if they come back into this game, seem to be struggling still.
This is such an awkward series. We have DRG picking Haven and not being able to play defense, and then we have BLG picking Lotus and not being able to play defense. We're gonna see if this is gonna be another comeback, another OT, another fight in the end. Maybe we see some life being getting back into the players of BLG, but this is going to be a very, very long way. And DRG, I said it in the first half, they are playing so cheeky, so freely, easily. They look like they're having a lot of fun, and you already mentioned the mental. I think BLG has to focus on getting their heads back into the game, and then everything else. But mental has to be top priority right now.
DRG on their way to secure their first victory of stage 2 here on Lotus on BLG's map pick. What would be the script was a bonus round now converted after successful 2 first rounds for BLG, but first they need to win the pistol, and they do get Spirit, who's been all by himself at Mount. Ukashu already a bit low, but he does have the support of Nick, but the cross is good. Nick struggles with the util in hand, still able to get that kill. Gets another kill with the Trailblazer. What is going on?
Oh, Neff
Falls back with the heal.
Neff was so desperately low, and I was looking for Nick and Vukashu to take a risk to get the player down, and then it's the Trailblazer to convert the kill. This has been so awkward. Nick down low himself, only 6 HP on the Sky player, and a 3v3 retake to be played.
I mean, FD also 1 hit away from being brought down. Rushia checking for a flank as DRG is just slowly contacting on towards that side, and that's a good flash, but this time around the support is there. Last player remaining is Verse on 21 HP, and K-Knight is just playing this so smart, not giving him any opening. Pistol secured. Step 1 of many to come for BLG.
Yeah, and Verse, the player who still has to make a name for himself, has to wait for another clutch to make that happen. Not the 1v2 he can make work, and it is a pistol. It is a pistol round of Valorant that we witnessed on this seaside. I have so many questions. The questions are getting louder, the voices are getting louder, but it is a start for BLG to find back into this map. Better weapons in their hands right now, and DRG, they have to play an eco round here. Not really a lot of space being taken by the defenders, but they are just waiting for BLG to make a move to then rotate off of that.
Are you okay?
No.
Are you?
No.
What are the voices inside your head?
Why are we
saying to
seeing
you?
a Trailblazer kill on the first day of stage 2? Please.
I mean, this isn't that exciting. I love it. I'm all here for it. Great nade into the backside there by YZ. Immediately followed up by the dash from FT. Huge kills against the smaller weapons there. A bit of a risky nade there from YZ, but he just dancing it out perfectly. Neff with the follow-up. Clean second round for BLG. And now a bonus on the horizon.
A bonus on the horizon, yes. Something that we definitely have seen today already. YZ really picking up the pace with the race here, something I wanted to talk about. We were not really happy with the way he made the chamber work on the second half of Haven, and now we kind of have it the other way around. He started with the race in defense, didn't gather too many frags, but now on attack he is picking up the pace, most definitely. DRG with a bit of an aggression towards B main, being pushed back quite a bit, but BLG is just making a bit of noise, just trying to bait out some utility. It doesn't look like an execute yet.
I feel like this should have been a kill towards Spirit. Somehow he gets out alive. Staring down 2 players from BLG as they use the doors towards C to make it look like it's gonna be a C hit, and somehow they find that kill onto Spirit eventually, opening up some space. But DRG still with a lot of map control due to Life holding that position onto Rubble still.
And Neff is down low again. The Regen Shield would protect him from being killed by a Trailblazer again, but this is looking quite dangerous for the controller of BLG. Still a player advantage, but not the biggest one.
Where do you want to go? They finally decide to hit B again. Oh my god, this could be devastating! Nick is down immediately, and FT still alive in that close corner. Does get another one. Versus being smoked off, and this might just be the save. This is the bonus for BLG. Are you kidding me? Who rewrote the same script again for Lotus?
It is happening again. I said the voices were getting louder a couple of rounds ago. They are yelling. They are yelling. It's happening. It's happening. BLG securing the bonus round, getting a 5th on the board. This is exactly the same situation that we had on Haven. You cannot think of these things.
I don't know. I didn't expect that to happen, but I guess here we are once again. How is that a kill on towards Spirit? Then they found the good timing on towards Nick though, and it's just crazy to see how once again his players one by one being picked out in defense, and of course this always hurts the defense a lot more than it would hurt an attack. But this time around, DRG trying to stop the advance of BLG on their attack as soon as possible with a timeout after only 3 rounds.
I mean, rather soon than later. I think we saw how this could end if you intervene just a bit too late. And then we're heading to yet another OT. So DRG is trying to get their players back on track very, very early in this half. They should be in an eco round right now after losing against the bonus round. So this timeout is kind of to plan the round ahead that you have to play when it's 10 and 6 on the board. But we have seen many teams making their eco rounds work after a timeout. Why not DRG?
I mean, they do have 2 rifles as well that they brought over. As we see each player's loadout, or favorite skin, rather, I guess. Nice. Nice information thrown in here from the broadcast. What's your favorite?
Oh, I couldn't decide. Probably for the Vandal, the Champions 2021. But I always feel it's so easy to sympathize with a player who likes the same skins as you. So it is nice to have that featured on the broadcast. And look at that. Well, BLG might as well find yet another gap. Seaside being completely open, but now 2 players are rotating back in from DRG. They are smelling that something might be wrong here.
Yes, but just some util thrown towards C. Already getting a lot of players rotated over. They do have rubble control still, and Life finds the first frag of the round. That is one of those rifles in his hand being used to great success.
Absolutely, an opening found, and now a Prowler that has a bit of issues. And Life getting another frag before the Prowler even reaches Rubble. BLG, they seem to be completely messed up with this execute out of that smoke at Rubble. Not even a lot of space gathered there. Now they're heading towards B, and there's still a trap online. I don't know what they're doing.
I mean, the B side is open. So plant should be no problem for them. They immediately gain control of elbow. Not really any guns recovered, so they somewhat still do have the advantage on that side, but they can't even get the duels up towards A-Link. It is Mukashu in the end with the kill onto Nev, securing the Thrifty for DRG. Why this round out of all rounds?
I mean, it is just another map where things start to look desperate for one team, and then a player decides that he has enough. In this case, it is life again. We saw him coming back to life on Haven with the multi-kill on the operator, and now he converts this triple kill because every piece of utility decides to not work out for the side of BLG. And I talked about teams making eco rounds work after the timeout. There were rifles in the pool for DRG, but still, this was a lot of work to put the round on the board, to get up to 11, and now BLG is taking their time to think about what went wrong and how they can avoid these things in the future. Maybe with a Prowler that is not double checking every corner.
Yeah. That was a big oopsie. That tried to re-clear rubble. Forces out the last time out of BLG now with their backs against the wall, 11-5. Important for DRG to claim an early round in this second half. After we've seen like the 6 rounds in a row, it seemed like on their attack in Haven. This time around, they at least get this early defensive round in as well, bringing them that much closer to that decisive 13th round that would bring them the victory over BLG. What has this timeout brought to BLG, though? Can they continue the potential comeback? That's a great flash to force FT away, but he does get the support. Life does get out there with the refrag. Great opening from DRG.
And what's the plan of BLG after this timeout exactly? 3 players towards Mount and 2 players waiting in spawn for a push, but then not really being ready for the push to actually happen. And now DRG have the numbers advantage and already stack happening towards the seaside. Mukashu says, thank you for that ultimate, my dearest Waylay. With a double kill, he's pretty much securing this round for DRG.
Yeah, it was a beautiful conversion path from Life to slow them all down, catch them all as they were trying to get through that choke point. And Mukashu, what are you doing? What are you made of? Built different 4K for the man himself once again.
What on earth was that last frag? The first 2 I understand. The third was him getting very cheeky, and then the last, he was jumping downside, wasn't he?
Yeah. And then immediately recovered with the Sheriff in hand, one-tapping that last player up on the box. It's a 12-5 lead. It's 7 map points. I mean, BLG couldn't convert 6 map points earlier on Haven. But maybe this time around DRG will actually put an end to this rather soon than later. The showstopper buys space but doesn't find anything. It's a great use of the clone here to get rid of Neff early on. Numbers advantage for DRG in this potential retake. They want to go through it again. Great Nightfall though to respond to it. No one knows where K-Knight is. He does get one but is traded. YZ is there for the support, and they still trying to flood onto this through the doors. The conversion process is a bit too late from FT, but the spike is already ticking so much. I don't think they can actually get through it. This will be the round for BLG, especially with the nade that they still have. But a lot of damage already done to them. FT gets one more. Does he actually get out? It does not seem like it. The detonation will find them in the end. Everyone is down, but the round is BLG's.
I mean, with the time issue and the nade being thrown towards their feet, it is the best decision that DRG could take to bring those guns to the ground and to weaken BLG, even though they take this round home. It doesn't look comfortable. Look at their economy. Everyone is buying to the extent, and there is a judge in play for Nev, a bulldog in the hands of Rusha. It doesn't really feel comfortable for the side of BLG, while DRG still have an operator in play.
Yeah, and I don't know if you're gonna get rid of that operator with a judge. YZ does not get rid of the tripwire, but also does not get the kill. Can FT open this up with a good saturate? Here's another kill, but still a 3v3. Now this judge doesn't really come in handy at all for Nev. Unless he just finds life. What is going on? I jinxed it right there. I'm so sorry, DRG fans out there. The judge, the perfect response, of course, to this flank. It's just Vukashu in a 1v2 now. Has to clear all these corners. Still expects that one player towards main. The jump peaks, I don't know if they spotted anything, but apparently they're not buying it right now. It's not really planted perfectly well for them. Vukashu gets that one kill, but he's still looking for Russia. Cypher versus Cypher, and Russia ends it 7 for BLG, slowly crawling back into this game.
I definitely would believe in a comeback if these rounds wouldn't be so desperately close. We have one round that is only working out with no guns being saved, and this round working out with one gun being saved. So still economy problems on the side of BLG. Look at that, they cannot stabilize, but DRG as well. In an eco round now, they have to play the safe to avoid BLG creeping closer.
It's just a hero vandal from Vukashu. But, I mean, it's not really giving him justice. He could potentially end all hopes of BLG with that one gun. A lot of attention brought towards B now from DRG as they still maintain rubble control. Even send Spirit a bit further. He might get a surprise attack here, but K-Knight is there to find him alive. Trying to gain some space this time around. He does have to fall back and is immediately brought down. Let's get that one frag though. BLG trying to push further. Almost brought down by this amazing flash from Nick, and now Verse is the only player remaining on the Sheriff. Does not only find the spike but also gets the weapon upgrade now. 1-on-1 for Rashio once again.
Oh, the player that has to make a name for himself in yet another 1v2 clutch. The one in pistol didn't work out for him. Now he's being spotted by Rushia's utility. The position towards rubble is a known factor, but still so much place to play around. A good paranoia to stall some time. Just 20 seconds left on the clock, and Verse could make it possible. He goes for the swing. He plays it cheeky, and he brings DRG to a 2-0 victory that didn't look too comfortable on the first map, but they make it work. They make it to OT. They convert the win on Haven, and they look dominant on their opponent's map pick on Lotus.
Vukashu with the V-God jacket. In the end, he will be victorious, and BLG still looking for answers. Neff is looking lost right now. I don't know whether... I think he doesn't know what he's supposed to do after the loss here, but I mean, it is sort of showing how devastating this series has been for BLG after what was supposed to be the big turnaround for them. It just seems to raise more questions.
The questions are huge on this one. I'm even a bit at a loss of words. BLG started off so well, and then it all went so horribly wrong. I feel like the biggest issue for them is gonna be fixing defense on those 3 spotters. I'm a bit curious to see how this is working out for them on other maps that are a bit less leaning towards attack anyway. If this is an issue on other maps as well, oh, there are problems facing BLG. Big problems.
Yeah, I mean, even though it was a 2-0 victory for DRG, I guess we can both say that neither of these teams really looked convincing.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially with DRG's messy first half on Haven as well. They still got a lot of work to do, and they are in the group of death. Yes, there is no player elimination, no team elimination in groups, but I mean, it's not gonna get easier, especially given that both these teams are struggling with the championship points as well. So this win for DRG already a huge step, but we do have an interview, so let's send it over to Beatus for the translation.
You guys caught up from 2 to 10 to 15 to 13, so how were you feeling then? He said when the game got to 10 to 2, in his mind he thought the most exciting part of this game is coming back.
They
were asking how did you manage it, and he said the 4 of them, other than Verse, were really good mental, and they told Verse it's okay, we just keep going. You and Nick were having some very fun interactions when we listened to comms. What do you think your current position or role in the team is? He says he can help in when it's important in the game, and when they're down, he can help with the mental of the team. There's been a lot of adjustments in this version to Sentinels and also Initiators. How do you think this has affected the game? He says in the game that some of the it's harder to push in sometimes. There's a lot more info, gathering agents, but for people who've been playing for a long time, he feels like it hasn't been too big of a change. For Lotus, you guys picked Waylay and Yoru. Why do you pick Yoru for this version? What do you think about the agent? He says picking Yoru was because partially it's a comfort agent for Spirit, and as well the TP and flashes are very useful, and it's better for their info agent Fade because she doesn't have a flash, so it makes for a more comfortable comp for the entire team. He's asking, do you think more teams will stick with double duelist, or do you think there'll be more variations? And he says for their team at least they will keep using double duelist because it works best and it's what their coach has told them to do. What do you think being in Changsha right now? He says Changsha has been very welcoming and very exciting, so thank you everyone. Is there any food you want to try when you're here? Says he wants to try the lobsters. He wants to have the lobsters. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans? He says thank you to everyone for coming to the arena to watch us, and also thank you to everyone behind the screens watching the stream. We will continue to play better and better. That's the end of the interview. They will take a picture and then it's time for the prize draw.
Yeah, I don't know why I've been doing the same mistake as my fellow co-caster Medante, but it was of course Moon with the translation, so thank you very much for that. This series has been frying our brains tank, I believe, so forgive me for that little slip up. It was certainly an experience.
It was a game of Valorant. I think it's the series ahead. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I think it's so interesting that we have this interview and Live is saying that the info gathering has changed with the nerfs and the buffs happening, but they still decide to stick with the double duelist. And we saw how info gathering worked for DRG. It was, we are gathering info by going into that area and seeing who's there, while other teams are shifting back into a style that is a lot more default driven. I feel like maybe this is gonna make the change for DRG and is making them stand out as this stage goes on.
Yeah, I mean, we can certainly hope for both these teams to picking up the pieces, because there is some work to be done still. I mean, most importantly for the side of BLG, of course, as they are still looking lackluster compared to what they've shown in the past, and DRG took advantage of that. BLG, I mean, they're not out. This is still the start of the stage. There's still a lot to be done. They have the new coaching staff behind them, but I mean, if they continue to struggle like this is not going to be an easy group for them.
Definitely, especially in a group that is as open as Group Omega in this stage. It is gonna be a tough fight for all of them, and we will see how it's working out. Oh, that kill from Bokashu was just so damn cheeky. It is a win at the end of the day for DRG, and if you wonder how that sounds like, we got the answers.
来福哥会帮你把它解决的。来福哥，我踩半线的，你把那个塞布杀了。OK。他还没来得及打你吃半线，他已经失去尸体了。是的。如果你没有把他打死，我要把你红牌清场。在屁股，在屁股，都在屁股好像他。看什么意思？你分，来。1、2，开门了，开门了，跟我回来接正面，回来接对边1C，跟我回来接正面，这边一个，我这里一个，别杀他，别杀他，来接正面，来接正面，来了。 打眼，有雷 ，nice， 快点，往 nice， 还有一个门，没必要门的 ，yes， 小心 waterfall， 把位置站好 ，CT 会有一个 ，CT waterfall， 我看着的 ，spree 的 Z1，you know， 直接退，然后直接过来，2个了，3个了 ，I think straight now， let's go，only one B， 我给录音 BG， 好的，起，我起来 ，let's go， 不赖，我起。 哎，你可，去帮他，可以去帮，我帮，出来一个，来接我枪了，装甲多少？这样行吗？我们来杀C连吧，来，杀5个快 C 连，5个快 C 连，我别跟没，哎，你可以杠，救，帮我，哎，你，喂，出来了，直接躲一下，你 close，
Perfect shot there from Bokashu. What a shot there from the camera as well. 356 ACS, 2.8 KDA. This man was on fire once again for the side of DRG.
Absolutely, and you mentioned the fact that he played so many snipers in this game. It felt like BLG ran out of options to fight that because they were lacking utility to push Bokashu back, and they were also lacking awareness of how Bokashu could position himself, especially when things got a bit more chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, no wonder that he's topping all the stats here with the 90% efficiency rating as well. 8 multi-kills we've seen previously as well. That is just, I mean, that's just insane. And he was also a big factor of their success on Haven, where he just, it was like that short to beating Life on his team. But it just gets to show how important Bokashu is for this team. What would DRG be without this man?
I think DRG is rather not asking themselves this question because they hope Bokashu is going to stick with them for a long time, especially with the way he's been presenting himself in this series. As we see some of his highlights, damn, those shots look nasty.
Yeah. I mean, it's Bokashu. I mean, that's that last one that we saw in the replay. I think it's coming up as well right now, right? This is like, what is this? What is this? What is this?
That's insane. That shouldn't land. In no world should that land.
No, it's just not fair. It's just not fair when Bukashu is feeling it. He's dismantling teams, and BLG got the worst end of that. There were some signs of hope, like from BLG. We haven't talked about FT a lot. He came in as a new as the rookie for BLG, but I think he actually showed up quite a bit, not only on Lotus but also on the Phoenix, on Haven. He had some good showings, but of course it's still I guess a lot of work to be done here in this roster.
And one interesting thing as we take a look at the stats, both teams had very, very solid post plans. Even if BLG only brought 7 rounds to the board, 5 out of 6 post plans went their way. I feel like their biggest issue was to get in a situation where they could play the post plan, where they had this advantage, because getting onto a site was the main issue on the second half.
Also, even on first kills, as we saw there, with 10 to each side, but not able to convert any of these early advantages into round wins. So DRG with 2 two map wins, making this a rather quick one. Yeah, the first one could have gone a bit smoother, but in the end, 2-0 for DRG. That not all of us were expecting. I mean, we said it is a coin flip, but what do we make after this, off of this match, after one day of stage 1?
I don't want to make too much out of this one series. I feel like BLG is still in a position where they have a lot to prove and where they have to make some huge changes work. The new head coach coming in, I feel like Annex is gathering a lot of experience from a series like this, and so do the players. FT had a good showing, you already mentioned. He showed us he is very flexible, and maybe BLG can utilize that a bit more as the stage goes on. For DRG, this felt a bit more like a must-win, with the fact that they went to Masters London. They had those international showings in the last couple of months, and they need to pick up the pace if they want to secure a spot for champs this year as well.
Yeah, can BLG fight back into this, or will this be another devastating season? You will find out maybe later this week, because I think we already see BLG again in just 2 days, because the schedule is kind of weird. I don't know why it is like that, but there is another match coming up in 2 days for both DRG and BLG, so this is going to be exciting to see. However, on the other side, there's of course going to be more VCT. Okay, I just heard it's because teams are playing at the EWC. That makes perfect sense. Boom. Yeah, that's why it's scheduled this way.
That makes a lot of sense, but with so many series coming in such a short time, I feel like the fight in Group Omega might be settled a bit sooner than we think. But with the fact you already mentioned that all of the teams who cannot make it to playoffs immediately get to play in play-ins, is keeping it interesting for as long as we're sticking with the groups. It's gonna be a tough fight for Group Omega, and I'm also very excited to see how things work out in Group Alpha, where we have EDG, who are in a good position to secure another first seed. I'm so excited to see the evolving Tai Lu. We saw great development out of them in the first stage, especially when we compare to last year and kickoff. And then there's so many possibilities. Is FPX gonna make something work? Are we gonna see another phase out of JDG or Trace? So many things where we're still expecting answers, and we want to see them in the next couple of days. Today we had a surprise coming in with Wolves taking a clean 2-0 against TEC, and then we had a great fight being shown by DRG, who make the comeback work on Haven and then dominate on Lotus, the map pick of BLG. I'm so excited to see in the next couple of days, the next series is coming up. This stage might be very great.
Yeah, especially since it goes on for so long and no team is eliminated. So even if you're down, beaten in group Omega, the group of death, it could still be a miracle run through play-ins in the end. But yeah, this is going to be very exciting to see how these teams are going to perform, how these teams are going to adjust over the course of stage 2. I mean, Champions, once again, Champions Shanghai is on the line. You don't want to miss out on that, right? It's Champions on home turf for these Chinese teams. There's no bigger chance to really make a name for yourself than this year at this stage. So all of these teams are just going to be insanely excited and willing to put in the extra effort to qualify for that.
And I'm so curious to see. I mean, we had years where we talked about the teams from VCT China not being able to show up internationally. But what is happening when the fight is taking place on their home ground? This is going to be so fun to watch. But before we are heading anywhere near Champs, we have some more matches coming up in VCT China. This is the schedule for tomorrow with FPX facing Trace, and JDG is going up against Tai Lu. Do you have any guesses for tomorrow's games, Crafty?
I mean, there have been some roster switcheroos as well, so I'm excited to see. But I hope Tai Lu is gonna take that game versus JDG. I'm just excited to see them play again. Between FPX and Trace, honestly, I don't know. I feel like anything's possible. But as my voice is slowly going away, apparently, that's a good sign that we should also head off this broadcast. It's been an absolute pleasure to cast alongside you once again, Tank. Even though the series was a bit of a mad one, but that's what we expect from VCT China day 1. I have been Crafty. Thank you to everyone working in the background as well, of course. Magnum running the stream, and Beatas and Moon doing all the work. So thank you so much. You should follow us on every channel, follow us on our socials. The Instagram is also up and running now, right? So you should definitely check that one out for future posts, and come back tomorrow when we have day 2 for VCT China stage 2. That's been us, and with that, take care and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me.